coming, Stig. That on. Ah, fair. Okay, so everything should be set up and working, and the and as far as I know, the sound effects should be coming through properly now. Yeah. Oh, wait, wait. We're not quite started yet, but the you know what? I haven't made those in so long. Like it's not too bad. Like honestly, it's been straight up over a decade since I last made potato pancakes. I slept basically most of the day today. Like I did my podcast recording, and then I did the podcast meeting, and after that, my body was like, "Nah, you're napping all day." And then like I fucking sat up at 8:30, and I'm like, "Yeah, it's a good thing I sat up now, because otherwise I probably would have ended up falling back asleep." For Johannes. Oh, nice. Like about like Johannes discovered something like about their family history. So the only I'm normally, and like normally for stuff like that, I wouldn't put any stipulations. However, if you are gonna say that he found some information about his family history there, that means Johannes's ancestors were in Clan Wolverine. Like that has to be the case. Like there is no adjusting that because that cache was a Clan Wolverine cache from after Operation Switchback. Like I apologize if I didn't make that clear, but that was the implication. Is that cache was from Clan Wolverine. So like it's all good if you want that and like say, you know, maybe Johannes's ancestors like from 200 years ago were basically maybe they chose to settle down on a planet after Operation Switchback. That's perfectly fine. But like yeah, that's entirely doable. No, like that's what I'm saying is they would have been directly involved with Clan Wolverine. The only people that came back on during Operation Switchback and the only people who would have been recorded in the logs that were retrieved were people who were members of Clan Wolverine. There's nobody who is like outside and related. Like they could have been like one of the technicians that worked for Clan Wolverine. They could have been, one of the warriors in Clan Wolverine. That's entirely doable. 100%. But they would have been directly within Clan Wolverine. In some capacity or another. Yeah. Well, like that's entirely doable because all of the clans were originally the people that fucked off after the Amaris coup. So like yeah, like that. Went where? Yeah. Well, like okay, so essentially, like their whoever their like whatever their names were, um, would have been recorded, like if they would have, like, cause basically the what I'm getting at is like your family, Johannes's family dates back to the Star League days, entirely doable, 100%, all good. I like that. and then they were part of, in some way, shape, or form, um, Clan Wolverine. Then, during Operation Switchback, after Khan McKevity decided, yeah, we're fucking off from the clans. You all can have like we're scrapping the caste system as it is right now. You all can have take proper surnames and stuff like that, and everything like that. Maybe they went and took, after that, their ancestral surname of Hermanson, and then you know went on Operation Switchback. Were in one of the different groups that splintered off after the Wolverines got to the inner sphere, and you know stuff happened. They became essentially traders, traveling mechanics, whatever. Basically, however you want to do that, and then stuff happened. Pirates attacked your parents. Mercenary company picks you up after the fact, drops you off at an Iron Badger, well, at what they think is an orphanage, which what turns out to be one of the Iron Badger's Sibcos. Type deal. It's basically, you didn't know that your ancestry came from Clan Wolverine until, go ahead. I can. Okay, so a little peek behind the curtain with that. That was more so that you had a little peek behind the curtain with that. That was more so you had something extra to do because you don't like shooting at people. Basically. Because yeah, like I gave you the weapons on that thing so that you could participate in combat as well. But the way Johannes is, he doesn't like shooting at people. So okay, yeah. Um, but yeah, so that was basically that, and that probably will be happening more often going forward. Um, Jade, hello, welcome in. Yes, there are now sound effects that actually work. I figured out what was wrong. Stupid. It's the stupid noise filtering in both Discord and OBS. As soon as you layer on digital noise filtering, it decides, oh, hey, that's not a voice. I need to cut that out. Which means, technically, it means it's doing its job. So, noise canceling? Well, yep, probably. because that's what fixed it for me. Like I think I left it on standard noise reduction on Discord because that seems to work well enough. And I just straight up removed my noise cancellation on my mic in OBS because really I don't need it. When I did my record today with no noise cancellation on via Audacity, there was no room tone, and like I even had my air conditioning going in the background, and there was nothing. Not even when I spoke, which is like that's actually pretty big considering the one for Audacity. It just removes the essentially when you're not speaking, you can still hear that like tone when you are, which always bugged me. But now it doesn't have to bug me anymore. Anyway, I'm going to hit the change the scene now because I've been nattering on for like what 10 minutes, something like that. Yeah, that's fair. And I've been nattering on for 16 minutes. Alrighty. Oh, hold up. I need to fix something. I no longer need to hear my own voice via OBS. Oh, that's so much better. Alrighty. So, welcome in, everyone. We are still missing one more in Dudes on a Map.
Oh, yes.
Whoopsie.
One, we need a dude on the map.
Yes, we are missing one dude.
We're missing one more.
We're missing a dude.
Only.
Send dude.
Finger.
I'm in a fight. I need more men.
Sorry, I can't help you with men. How about 3 kobolds in a trench coat?
Good enough.
You know what? Beggars can't be
Okay.
choosers.
I still would like to see one day somebody actually properly play a character that is 3 kobolds in a trench coat. I think that would be hilarious.
Anything in a trench coat would be really funny.
Yeah. There's actually an indie TTRPG that I have. Well, there's a couple. I have one that's 3 goblins in a trench coat, and I have one that's 3 kobolds in a trench coat as well. Where that
I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure I was pretty sure there was one I'd heard specifically where it's either a character or a game where you're 3 goblins in a trench coat.
Yep, you have to go and cause mischief and make sure that nobody finds out that you're 3 critters in a trench coat. It's great.
Amazing.
I can think of 3 things in a trench coat that is not fun. Languages.
Oh.
Wait,
Me also English.
yeah, I was about to say, you're just talking about the English language.
No, you're talking about my brain.
I also can think of 3 things in a trench coat that are not fun to be in. Red roaches.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, that I don't think would be very fun. So,
Exhibitionist in a trench coat.
I mean, that could be fun. It all depends on what the exhibitionists look like.
Fair.
And that's more so if they fit the person who's viewing them standards of beauty or not. Because
Well, there's also the whole consent thing.
yeah, there's that. Alrighty. So, it's been a week since you all had raided the cache on Rubigan. And revelations have come out. Turned out that that cache, as you all know, was related to Operation Switchback. And it turns out that there were some coordinates. And the name of a McKenna class battleship that is supposedly, well, you can infer from the notes given, is basically dry docked at that, mothballed at those coordinates. Star Captain Mellis calls you all to the bridge, since you were all the ones who had found that that information. And other than a few, basically other than the necessary people needed to keep the ship under control and flying, the bridge is strangely empty. There's like a third of the crew that would normally be here. So it's first thing in the morning. How do you all, like, describe to me basically what you all do before you get to the bridge. We can start with Kirka.
Kirka, at this point, is all she knows is that there was a briefing for this morning. So she had set her chronometer to go off a little bit earlier than she was wanting, but gets up, kind of straightens out her, kind of runs a brush through her hair real quick just to kind of keep it under control, throws on her usual outfit, and as she usually does, makes a stop at the at a little I don't want to say the mess hall necessarily because I don't know if it would be there or just like a little coffee pot or whatever down the hallway on the way to the bridge, but she'll half up a little bit before she kind of makes her way in.
I mean, you could have a coffee pot in your room, like in your quarters. I would say that you were all like high ranking enough within the Badgers that would make sense. At least yourself and Deanna.
I had never envisioned her having one in the room, but I guess we can have that in there, like nestled behind the door or something like that.
Yeah, it's up to you. Otherwise, yeah, you could stop by the. It would probably be in like the mess hall lounge area where the like communal coffee pots would be.
Maybe she decided enough was enough and got herself a coffee pot during shore leave or something. Either way, so she coffees up and she just kind of makes her way into the bridge, nursing her coffee, and then just kind of looks around a little bit, noticing the lack of people. She's more asleep than awake, but her face kind of sours as she realizes that something's up.
Alrighty, Deanna.
Deanna would be as dutiful as her current mood allows. So, like, she would get up, hair would be a little mussy, clothes might be wrinkled. But when she comes in, she just looks dead to the world and not the sleep-deprived kind. Much like Kirka, she would also have a mug with her, but hers is tea rather than coffee.
Yeah, that tracks. Ainsley.
Ainsley would wake up a little bit late because she was expecting it to be the next day, rather than right at this moment. But even though she woke up a little bit too late, she would arrive in time and basically out of her breath because she ran to the bridge.
That's fair. And Johannes.
Yeah, it's like Johannes's alarm on his data pad goes off, and you notice that he might be a little late. So quickly, he gets himself ready. He puts on his jacket, helmet, grabs his data pad, and pretty much forgets to remove what appears to be some kind of like wood shavings actually off of his jacket, but then he has no time to dust himself off. So he gets out, runs towards the bridge. He's almost out of breath, and walks right in. Few shavings, falls off his shoulder, and he stands at attention. And then upon noticing that there's hardly anyone rich, but his comrades, he looks around and gives a light wave.
Okay, so you have me curious. Wood shavings. What is Johannes whittling?
A coconut. He was trying to make essentially another coconut monkey, but out of wood.
A wooden monkey.
A wooden monkey.
Okay.
A wooden
okay.
nut monkey?
Well, I mean, coconuts do come from trees.
True.
It tracks. It's tangentially related. Alrighty. So you all get to the bridge, and like I said, you see that there's, like I said, about a third of the people that would normally be here during your briefings. And the people that are there are basically up at the front of the bridge, away from the like the table and stuff like that where the briefing happens. And Star Captain Malice looks at all of you in turn as you arrive. Looking at Johannes last. Oh, good of you to be on time this time.
Oh, yes. I wanted to make sure. I was busy, but regardless of that, I'm sure.
Yes. Please try and ensure that you leave your hobbies back in your quarters. Noticing the wood shaving.
Oh. Oh. Pardon me, sir.
The cache that you had previously found was, as I'm sure you are currently aware, was one of the caches that was created after Operation Switchback. This information has been added to our systems. A large part of it has been declassified within our systems and is free to peruse. Basically, anything other than the materiel lists and a certain set of coordinates, which is why we are here today speaking. after reviewing the information and sending that forward to command, it has been decided that we are to meet up with another trinary on site. And he brings up the map, and I can probably just use this one again. Actually, I can. Awesome. Boop. And bringing up the map, you see basically kind of the map that you see in front of you there. And you know what? It's going to be here. It turns out that these coordinates are relating to the roadside system within the Clan Jade Falcon invasion corridor. This will take us at least a month to get there from where we are at now. Actually, it'll probably be a month and a half, as we will need to pick up some technicians from within Fedcom space. During that time, based on your recent missions that you have undertaken, it has been decided that more training is needed for some of you, as if what we are assuming is correct, there will be fierce resistance within that system. The goal will be to take that system. I know some of you and some of the people on some of the others on the ship as well have been lamenting the fact that we are effectively homeless. Roadside will be our new home. Which is why we will need 2 full trinaries to take that system and make it ours. That being said, Deanna.
Sir?
You will be continuing to train using the Marauder within the simulators over the next 6 weeks. Ainsley, we have put together a simulator interface that you can use for practicing with battle armor, as it seems that you need some practice with our combat doctrine. And finally, Johannes, this will be preparing you for your trial of position. Due to the need for swift action, that has not been done yet. However, you will need to prove that you can command a tank and crew. Is that understood?
Yes. Understood. I forgive me if I ask, when would this most likely take place after whatever mission?
Well,
So,
when would your trial take place?
yes.
You have 6 weeks to train. Well, no. You have 5 weeks to train. Because you will be expected to be counted amongst the warriors within that time.
Understood.
As far as the training that will be happening, you will be training within the simulators. Obviously, we cannot waste the materiel on physical training. We don't really have the resources for that, as we are essentially shipbound at the moment. Once we take roadside, that may change. That, though, is up to the wishes of command. Any other
No problem with
questions?
No.
And he kind of glances over to Deanna and Kirka. And from yourselves?
Aside from assisting Deanna, what am I to be doing for the next month and a half?
Oh, you will be training as well. We need the capabilities of all of the warriors on board to be more than what they are currently. So you will be continuing to lead your star and instructing them in the ways of the Clan Iron Badger combat doctrine. The first training mission that you will all be taking part in is going to be, well, it's going to be in Swampland. You will need to learn how to navigate and deal with a foe that is... Well, you will need to learn how to deal with foes who are in less than favorable conditions for the equipment that you will be bringing. Johannes, I would like to add one more thing for yourself.
Yes, okay.
Until, well, for the first 3 sessions of training for you specifically, the tank crew will be simulated. You will not be working with your tank crew. They will be undergoing some other training. That will be separate from you. The AI, like we will have the positions within the simulated Rattel taken up by AI. So it will be up to you when to decide when to fire weapons, where to go, and it will be up to you to direct that. Are you ready for that?
I am ready.
Very well.
Yes, I am more than ready, actually.
We will see. Now, if there are no more questions, go have breakfast, and you will be expected at the simulators for noon. Dismissed. Alrighty, so you have a little bit of time to do some talk time and stuff like that, if you so choose. I'm assuming you all like meander off to the galley / mess hall. Whoa, one at a time, please.
Hang back a little bit. Sorry. Go ahead.
All I said was seems reasonable.
Okay, and Kirka.
Kirka was actually going to hang back a little bit because she has a couple of she has a question or something to ask Star Captain Melis.
Okay. You needed something, Star Commander Kirka?
I was hoping to get a little bit more information and possibly make a request. The nature of this upcoming assault on Roadside, who is the other Trinary that we will be coordinating this attack with?
Based on the... Well, okay, hold on. I need to write this down because I didn't come up with names. Damn you putting me on the spot like that. It's fine. It's fine.
That's what I do.
It's my fault for not, like, writing down names.
It's okay. If you want, you can also pull names from, all the different RP sessions, because I'm pretty sure we've made allusions to other Iron Badgers. We got a whole little ecosystem going on with all the different between session, post-session stuff.
Yep. So it turns out that the Trinary that we are to meet up with is under the command of a Star Captain James Hollis.
Okay. That name does seem familiar to me.
You would recognize. So the surname you would recognize as they were able to take that surname for themselves due to distinction.
Yes.
They may have another surname that they use. So basically, I don't think I have like gone into this with either in the Discord or on the channel, but I may as well do so now. The way like blood names and surnames work within the Iron Badgers is everyone can have a surname. However, usually for people with distinction, they can either replace that surname or hyphenate that surname with a what would be considered in the rest of the clans like a blood name. So like I remember mentioning that I think in a between session RP thread that Star Captain Mellis could have taken the Hollis surname. It probably would have been Mellis hyphen Hollis type deal.
Mhm.
Had he chosen to take that. But yeah, so like the blood names exist just in a different form. But yeah, you do well. Actually, since you look into like a lot, like since Kiriko looks into like the history and like that a little bit more, um, the one thing that you're able to like remember clearly in regards to James Hollis is that he was able to actually, pardon me, he ended up defending a settlement with pretty much just his command star from a binary of Smoke Jaguar Max, which was basically kind of how he earned the right to use that blood name in place of his own, as it were.
Gotcha.
And so that was who we were meeting up with. What was the other question?
Be honest with me,
Um,
Star Captain. Oh,
No, you had something?
what's up, Cheer?
uh, it's just a quick question. Do potatoes still exist?
Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
100% they exist. Also, we've established that potato pancakes are a thing that have been made on the Anakuma, as that was one of the reasons why Johannes was late to briefing the one day.
Yeah.
Right.
So yes, it has been established potatoes exist.
Yes.
Then I would like to say that Enzo is still standing like at the door of
I
the bridge.
I don't want to no butt you, but Kirka would have specifically waited until everyone else left because she does not want y'all to be overhearing this.
No, like she's outside, but she's
okay.
in front of the door.
Oh, okay.
All right, and okay, so go ahead, Jade.
You will be real with me here, Star Captain. If you would. How do we think that our force composition is sufficient to be able to take on the Jade Falcons? We are near some very, very hot territory in the occupation zone there at Roadside.
You are not wrong. This is one of the reasons why we are having you all go through these training sessions. To be honest, the full, all of the warriors on the Anakuma are going to be going through similar training sessions, which will be done in a staggered manner. the fighting will be fierce. And based on the information from command and based on the plan that they have given to me, it seems that what we will need to do is most likely, at least at first, utilize, if we can, the flexible demeanor for system defense until we can get any other system defenses online.
Kirka would nod, kind of taking in the information. And then, as for the actual assault itself, what does that plan call for my star to do?
Well, that will partially depend on how the training sessions over the next 5 weeks go.
In what way?
Well, if they go well enough and there is enough improvement, the full forces of the Anakuma will be the tip of the spear. If at the end of those 5 weeks, myself and command feel that the forces on board are still lacking, we will be taking more of a support role. I'm sure it does not need to be said, but I want us to be the tip of that spear.
Hmm.
And I believe that your star can get to the level needed to be on that spear tip. It will require your guidance and leadership, however.
I will certainly make the best of it. I have some concerns about a couple of the members of my star, as I'm sure you do as well. So they do not need to be voiced. But I will do everything I can to make sure that we meet standard or exceed them if at all possible. I'm confident that at the very least, Star Commander Deanna and myself will be able to surpass your expectations. That being said, I would like to request the requisition of a larger. I would like to request the requisition of an assault class battle mech. My Timberwolf has served me extremely well, but if things are going to be as intense as they seem, regardless of whether our Trinary and more specifically my star is in a front line or support role, I feel I feel as though more firepower needs to be at my personal disposal in order to execute the mission more effectively. I'm beginning to I have concerns that my Timberwolf is not quite set up for the task.
Very well. Did you have anything specific in mind? As I'm sure you are aware, we did receive a few mechs from that cache. A few of them of assault class.
I do not know specifically, unfortunately. I did hear someone in my stars say something about noticing a couple of Highlanders, but that is the only thing that I was really aware of that is as yet unreserved within our um, within our inventory.
Very well. And he kind of pauses for a moment and takes a couple of steps over to the side where a data pad is sitting on just a table, picks it up, punches a few things in, and basically kind of unlocks the data pad and kind of scrolls for a little bit, and then slides it over to you with the full material list of what was retrieved from the cache.
Okay.
These are the battle mechs that we have received from the cache. None of these have yet been claimed, though they will need time to be brought back up to a battle-worthy state, as they have been inactive for 2 centuries. And you can see that there are a few. I think I gave a list last session of what was all in there.
You mentioned a few. I don't think there was a fully exhausted.
No, there wasn't. I'm gonna say, and actually I will write this down. There were 5 assault class mechs, 4 heavies, I'll say 10 mediums, and 3 lights. Out of character, I will let you kind of have a little free reign. Anything that was a Wolverine specific mech,
Okay.
within those classes is okay. There were, I do believe I mentioned there were at least 2 pulverizers in that cache of mechs.
I believe so. I know there was at least one.
We'll say
I
2.
think 3.
We'll say 2 because that was what I came up
Yeah.
with today.
Yeah, that works. 2 pulverizers.
Other than that, we really don't need to go into the specifics until it's relevant.
Yeah, it's something. That's something that could be done off session as well, I think.
But yeah, Star Captain Mellis looks at you. As you have distinguished yourself in combat over the last few missions, you will have the right to challenge for one of the assault mechs on this list. You, in fact, will get first right of challenge.
Thank you, Star Captain.
Did you have any further questions for me?
Has anyone from my star discussed the matter of our history with you in particular? I know I recently had a deep conversation with Star Commander Deanna about our history, which is playing into her mood, as I'm sure you have noticed. And Johannes as well was curious as to the nature of Operation Switchback. Did they ever have those conversations with you?
They have not.
I see.
However, I will give you authorization to provide them with any information that you deem relevant.
Will do. For the time being, then, I believe that is all I have. Is there anything else that you need to tell me before I go have breakfast and get ready for training?
Neg. And Hoilepa, it all depends on if the pilot wants a coffee machine in their cockpit. Though that being said, that could potentially get very messy depending on the coffee machine.
What was the coffee machine?
But yeah, after that, Star Captain Mellis kind of goes about his business, punches a couple, like, you see him kind of move to the front of the bridge area, punch in a couple of buttons, and mutter something into a microphone, and you see people start filtering back in. Like, people that you recognize who are normally on the bridge. And as you leave the bridge, you see Ainsley waiting for you outside the door.
Star Captain, if I may.
It would be Kirka that's coming out, so Star Commander. Unless you went back into the bridge afterwards.
Oh,
because you had mentioned you were waiting outside.
I got a little bit confused.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry. Star Commander,
Yes.
if I'm so I know I'm not the person to I didn't really show much of myself, but I would like to do something that I really enjoy, and it, and Ainsley would facepalm as she would fail at explaining what she wanted to do.
Kirka's face would kind of color a little bit, and she'd kind of raise an eyebrow in confusion. Ainsley, I'll cut to the chase. You don't need to feel weird about saying something. What do you want?
Fine, can I just I know it sounds weird, but can I make a meal for you? And Ainsley would look down, feeling Embarrassed. That's the only word there is for that feeling.
Ainsley, I didn't realize you cooked.
Well, I didn't show it that much.
I would say so. You know what? Tell you what. Tomorrow evening, I would like to see what you make for dinner. That gives you a little bit of extra time to prepare and get everything together. How does that sound?
Mm, manageable.
Remember, you asked me.
Yeah, I did.
You did.
I did ask.
You did. So, tomorrow night then. Tomorrow evening.
Yes.
I'm sure it will be better than the usual stuff that we have in the mess hall.
I hope it will.
Kirka will lean in a little bit. Between you and me, it really doesn't take much. You'll be okay.
Inslee would slightly chuckle. Hmm, I don't want to uh, say bad on our cooks on the ship, but they're not great.
Oh, do not misunderstand me. That's nothing against our cooks. It's just it is simply the nature of living in space. We do not have the access to things like fresh food and non-preserved ingredients so that we can actually have good cooking. Plus, you have to remember, for the most part, they're cooking for everyone on the ship.
Yeah,
Quantity over
that's
quality quantity over quality becomes the name of the game.
Also, just to interject here, the cooks on the Anakuma are dive bar quality cooks.
Yeah.
So like,
mm,
not the worst, because you know what?
Get the
I've had
job
some
done.
awesome food at dive bars. Just gonna throw that out there.
Oh yeah, no, and that's what
But
I mean. Like,
yeah.
yeah,
not Michelin star.
no,
no, like I get it, but like Inslee doesn't love stuff from bars and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's completely understandable. Not
yeah. I
everybody
think
is
he was
into
just
bar food.
yeah. He wasn't saying they were dive bar cooks. Just that's the level that they're at. Like they can follow instructions and they can fry some mean chicken tenders, but that's about it. Like
Yeah, so
they're not cooks, and
she
they're certainly
doesn't.
not chefs.
Yeah, so stuff like simple stuff you
Exactly,
can cook, and
exactly.
Ainsley doesn't like that.
Right. Well, I mean, and that's what Kirka's saying. Neither does she.
Yeah, when you have to cook for 65 people, complex is not a good idea.
Mm-hmm. It's military. It's mess hall. It's military style cooking.
Yeah,
It's enough to get the job done. Trust me, I know that one from experience.
Alrighty. By this time, I would assume that you two have. I'm assuming you guys are like talking as you're walking. So by about this time, you've probably
Yeah,
arrived at the galley. And you can see that there's a few people here other than Deanna and Johannes. There's probably about 15 people scattered about the place. Just essentially the ones that aren't currently on active duty around the ship somewhere or in training or otherwise.
Mhm.
So yeah, you have a little bit of time before we are going to start the training portion of the episode. For you is to kind of chat during your meal.
The other two coming in and sitting down at the table would spark something in Deanna's mind, and she would look over to Johannes. Johannes,
Yes.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. So go ahead.
Johannes was kind of
kind of
sitting.
sitting.
That was really
Wait.
echoey.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. So Johannes was just sitting there on the table eating his some potato pancakes, and then he looks over
And
to
he looks
Deanna.
over to Deanna.
has Ainsley offered you Surkai?
No, no. She hasn't.
Does Johannes know what Surkai is?
No.
Would he ask?
Yes. Oh, wait, hold on. Out of character. Just give 1 second.
Oh god, I know where this is going.
Yes, you do. Also, Hack, you need to get the banhammer out.
Oh.
I'm going to have to pull up the wiki.
Stupid bots.
Where is it? It is.
Perfect. Got one there. Begone, bot! I banish thee to the shadow realm.
Oh.
Boop.
Yes, so Yana shakes his head. No, I was not to offer them. What is this dish?
That's actually awesome. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. That is the perfect reaction from Johannes. I love it.
I didn't hear half of it, sadly.
He was like, no, no, she hasn't. What's this dish? What kind of food is Surkai?
Okay. So, no, because it's like, it's one of his moments where essentially, like, he knows a lot of stuff. It's just because of the way how he's built. He's
Well, and I mean,
not everything he has is he remembers. Yeah.
Well, also too, like, this would be something that would be a lot fresher in Deanna's mind than it would be in Johannes's mind, considering just considering relative backgrounds. So it would make sense that Johannes wouldn't necessarily understand what Surkai is. So it's perfectly, like, it fits perfectly.
Yeah, when his response is no, what dish is it? She just pinches the bridge of her nose. Surkai is a formalized ritual of apology. It is not food.
Oh. Interesting. She trying to make amends. Captain?
With you. She was instructed to offer you Surkai for deafening you at the last deployment.
Oh. I mean, I would be happy to have. I no one has offered Yeah. Yeah, that'd be very nice. I'd be honored. Yes, and right now he's just just looking down at his food.
So Kirka would have gotten close enough and sat down with her food, as Deanna said. Surkai is not food; it's a ritualized apology. At that crack, and Kirka would have just been kind of poking at her breakfast until Johannes starts stammering.
So why
Johannes
while you
immediately stops stops talking as soon as when Kirika sits down as to
But
not
no.
continue on.
That's what I'm saying. I let that
Yeah.
play out.
Oh,
She's
okay.
yeah, she'd been sitting there quietly. I come in and the first thing I hear is Surkai is not food. So I sat and because I would have had a couple of similar conversations with Deanna and probably Helmer, like off like in different points. She like Kirka would be somewhat familiar with Surkai, so she knows kind of what's going on.
When,
But yeah,
when he
so
gives
at that point,
oh, sorry.
yeah. So, but then at that point, as Johannes begins to stammer out, Kirka just kind of turns to Deanna. Does Johannes really think that apologies are food?
It would seem so, or possibly that he was just not fully paying attention. But after he says no, she would look at Ainsley expectantly.
Ainsley is not yet there. She's still picking out her food. And I was trying to get her to the table while you was this time. Can I do it now?
Yeah,
Johannes
whenever you
just
would like.
very slowly
Good.
takes a sip of his coffee.
So as this interaction went on, and at the end, Ainsley would arrive zoned out because she was still thinking about what she would make for tomorrow's as she would name it, cooking test.
Wait a second. Why are you talking about food again, Johannes?
Oh, oh,
It's coffee.
nothing.
Relax.
No, so hot. So,
You got real quiet there. That's better.
yeah, I was just having a discussion with document about food. Yep.
About this,
Yeah.
about this food, and she kind of pokes at the jaw scrambled eggs. This food. You're having a conversation about this, and somehow the concept of surkai came up.
Ainsley's eyes would widen as she would remember her promise.
Yes. So I was just learning more of what Sergei is recommend. Very curious. And
Okay, I can
such.
see that. But what I'm getting at is why.
Oh, because I this. I
Well, yes, but how did it
made
come
many
up in
dishes.
how did it come up in conversation? That's what I'm trying to get at, Johannes.
Uh,
I I have I'm trying to piece something together. All I know is somewhere in here there's surkai and there's food. And I think I have an idea of what the connection is, but I need your help so that I can figure this out. So, how does food, or whatever this is, lead to surkai?
So I just want to interject and say, as soon as you say whatever this is, you hear a shout from the like kitchen of somebody saying, "Hey, I heard that."
Also,
You did your
as
best,
you
Dan, but it's not food.
also as you and I mean as Kirka ends her words, Ainsley would slowly turn away from the table and start to uh, get up slowly from the seat.
And where are you going?
Uh, bathroom?
With your tray?
Yes.
Please don't eat in the bathroom.
Fine. I'll leave it
Ainsley.
here.
Ainsley.
Yes.
The offer to make me food. Is that your attempt at surkai?
No.
Are you lying to me?
Uh,
Ainsley?
no.
Oh, look,
Uh,
the serving
If
more.
it okay, because if it's not, then from what I understand of from Deanna, you'll need to make it up. You'll need to offer surkai to me in some other way. And
uh,
with that, Kirka is going to turn and start picking at her food again. Hold on, my cat wants out of the room.
Yeah, no worries.
Johannes kind of
Ainsley,
snuck up from the table and what was that? The coffee machine, just filling with the machine as to avoid conversation for just a few seconds before coming back with a fresh cup of coffee.
Ainsley would look at Diana as uh, are you trying to make amends talk happens. Um, with the look on her face, what did you say to her?
I merely asked if you had offered Johannes Serkai as you were instructed.
Hmm, I may have forgotten about it.
He's right here eating breakfast.
Johannes just looks at Ainsley for a moment before looking back down at his potato
And
pancakes.
Kirka is going to pinch her. And Kirka is now pinching the bridge of her nose because she knows how big of a deal surkai is.
I Ainsley would hum like Johannes like blubbering and trying to come up with words because she struggles again. Uh, uh, I never have really done this, but someone has an instruction for this. It means we would pinch her nose.
Okay, Ainsley, let me bail you out. So, since I guess it was not explained to you, Surkai, briefly, is a ritual in which you formally apologize to someone for an error that you committed, which basically is extreme enough that if you don't do it, then you will be severely punished. Basically, you're in deep shit, and the way to get out of it is to make a formal apology and amends to whoever you were instructed to offer Surkai to in an effort to make up for what you did. Okay? Now, if I'm understanding you correctly, that was the general idea behind you asking to make me food, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, since I am going to assume that it was implied, and with each of those, Kirka would wink heavily, that you were doing it as a means of apology, then that would be your Surkai to me, and I would accept it. But since you have not formally made one to Johannes, and since Star Commander Deanna is right here, who is your official mentor, what you need to do is vocally state your intention to offer Surkai and state the manner in which you plan to do so. Okay?
Ainsley would nod, uh, trying to understand how saying something is formal, because yeah.
You seem confused.
I have a very different definition of formal. I am sorry.
I get it. But this is, as much as I may not care for it sometimes, this is a formal society. We are a military force as much as a culture. So we need things to be done formally and by the book sometimes. This is one of those times.
I understand.
Yeah.
And because of it, Johannes,
But yes,
um, I mm, she would hum is to try to find words. I would like to uh
Deanna would nod reassuringly.
Serve? No. Give you my apology for making you slightly deaf in form of
Oh no! It's fine.
Arben? No, sorry. That was out of character. Johannes,
Sorry.
this is a two-way. This is a two-way street. Ainsley needs to do this in order to clear her name.
I
If
understand.
you refuse, now I know you're doing it because you're trying to be nice, and that you do not think it's a big deal. But if you refuse it, that is essentially flipping Ainsley the finger and telling her to go fuck herself. The polite thing to do here is to accept it. The right thing to do for her and for you is to accept it.
Giannis's face kind of flushes a little embarrassment as he nods his head.
Unless you want to issue a trial by combat,
No.
then
No, I humbly
accept.
accept.
There you go.
Yes, I humbly accept. And also,
so
please pardon me if I am a little awkward right now. I but please continue. Sorry. Yes.
Ainsley would basically almost tremble as she at first hears no. The no from Johannes. And then when she hears that Johannes accepts, she sighs out audibly and heavily and continues. My proposed apology is a term of I would like you to choose an activity that you would want me to do, because I do not know you well enough.
Well, I believe that the best thing is, since we were discussing it, would be able to do something food related. I believe that is the easy thing. Johannes kind of sits there, gesturing a little as he's speaking. He's, even though he's blushing mad right now, he is doing his best to break the ice, essentially, and reassure Ainsley that food is the easiest thing.
Then I shall make you all three a meal tomorrow. I look at Yurka. If you please remind me which time.
Anytime in the evening. Let's go with 1900, 7 p.m.
Good. Inslee would continue standing there like a pole.
The read
Is
is, the read is made. Kirka, I appreciate you being assertive given my current state. Ainsley, come here.
Inslee wouldn't come up. Instead she would sit back and
sorry.
and put her face in her palms.
Ainsley, come here.
Ainsley would not respond again.
Do not make me.
Kirka would snap her fingers a couple times. Ainsley, please.
You would all see Ainsley's spine rise up and down like she was trying to calm down herself.
It's okay. Ainsley, please. Come across the table.
Ainsley would finally look up and wipe her face with her sleeve before coming to the other side of the table.
There you go. Thank you.
When she did finally come over, Deanna would take Ainsley in a hug and just look down. You did well.
I can't replicate the emotion too well, so I will basically say, try to explain it. You all would hear a slight trembling thank you.
As she lets go, she takes a step back, pulls a data chip from her pocket, and as I swore to you I would, you have kept your word, I will keep mine. My technician has prepared this as a potential loadout for the golem armor for you.
Yeah, you would hear another thank you, this time more coherent.
We will make a clanner out of you yet. Finish your lunch. We do need to train.
She would sit back down and start eating.
And likewise. And I don't have anything else for this. Depending on, so I'll throw it out to the rest of you.
I don't have either.
Giannis was mostly quiet and was just continuing to eat his meal very, very shyly at that moment. Head kind of sinking in between his shoulders. A little embarrassed, a little shy, yes.
All right.
I wouldn't have anything extra either at this point.
Yep. Not a problem. Alrighty.
Johan made an elemental cry with one word. Johannes.
When as soon as when sorry. Well, out of character, just to give everyone a little bit of context of what Johannes was thinking. He when as soon as when Star Commander Kiriko was saying that not unless if you wanted to enter what was it again trial of
A trial by combat.
a trial by combat.
Because I was just like, let's put this in as simple of terms
Johan-
as possible.
Oh yeah, Johannes was, oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
The gears started
That
turning, and it's
terrified him
like,
inside.
oh no. You mean I might have to fight an elemental?
Fight Ainsley.
Um,
Yeah.
Which
Johannes-
probably is the second time this week he's had that thought.
The fact that he's had it more than once.
yeah, no, his reaction with that thought, like as soon as that happened, I was like, yep, I know exactly
Yeah.
where this is going. He's like, he's gonna nope out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope, out of that's so hard.
Alrighty. So you all finish your breakfast and take a little bit of time, as like it's not going to take you right until noon to eat. So you eat your breakfast, take a little time to freshen up and stuff like that. Do any last minute stuff before training or any personal like physical training that you want to get done.
Yeah, Kiriko would probably do her morning routine since she has a little routine that she likes to do in the mornings when she wakes up, but tends to skip it on briefing days just to make sure she gets to the bridge on time.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's like your rest day, even though it's usually not very restful. So yeah, you all meet up in the basically where in like where the simulation sim pods are. And you see on one side of the room that was previously empty, there's this rig is the best way to put it. What you see is one of the training battle suits is held onto the wall by basically an arm, like an arm, sorry, like an armature, and is currently standing on the floor, and like it's opened up, ready for somebody to jump in, and it looks like it's been patched fairly basically currently into the simulation system.
What in Kerensky's name?
That must
I
be
think this is
that must be the
mine.
simulated battle armor.
I know I have no other choice, but wow, this looks half-assed.
I would have said dangerous, but I agree.
We can hear you, and while it's not my best work, it's not dangerous. All of the weapon inputs have been routed through the simulation system, and once the suit is entered, it will rise approximately 20 centimeters off of the floor. It is designed so that the elementals on board can get some simulated combat training while it is not going to be as immersive as the battle mech and vehicle pods. The Star Captain felt that it would be still beneficial to those in battle armor to be able to gain more experience. So no, it's not going to hurt anybody. Damn it. Anyhow.
It is a very creative initiative. My concern was quite literally of it falling off the armature. If you're curious it will not, I will take your word.
So the armature setup was actually done by your head technician, Star Commander Deanna.
This looks like Samantha.
So whether you can trust it depends on if you can trust her work.
I have a question. Is there a boat missing in this set of armor?
No.
I would assume not.
Strange.
She is far too diligent for that.
I just noticed that the other leg is much shorter than the other. Why is that?
I
My
think you're.
assumption is that because it is posed and bent.
I assure you, nothing has been changed about the suit itself other than patching it into the system. Now, if you're ready, today's training session will have you facing a star of clan mechs. The forces that will be arrayed against you will be a mist lynx, 2 ice ferrets, a mad dog, and a warhawk. The environment you will be traveling through will be a lightly forested swamp area. Why do I have 2 of those? You will have and like there's a display screen on the same wall that the battle armor is hooked up to, and as soon as they mention like it's a forested area, it brings up a essentially like a map. It's fairly basic, and we're gonna do this as green. No, because that's gonna blend in. Olive might be better. You see a map come up, and you see a couple of areas that are more heavily forested. Dude. And the vast majority of the inside of it is actually like lightly forested. You can see that there's it's kind of like a swampy type area. There is a stream, or like a light, like not quite river, but like more than a stream, running through the middle of the combat zone. And in the immediate vicinity around that body of water is essentially pretty much a clearing. And that will go black and drop the brush size down a bunch, or not black, like a darker blue. So like anything between the blue lines that will be showing up shortly. There you go. So anything between the two dark blue lines is denoted on the map as clearing. The two big green areas that have the squiggles in them, those are denser forested area. Everything else is like light forest and like kind of soupy.
Okay.
And
So just to be clear, is the soupy being considered rough terrain? So it's a -1 to mobility.
yes,
Okay, is that stacking on top of the light woods,
it would.
or is
No, it's going to be -1 in total. Like the trees are like the
so it's not light woods, it's rough terrain because it's swamp.
yeah, it's rough terrain because it's swamp, and there are like trees around and stuff like that. Like it's not like
Okay.
just like clear ground. But yeah, it's not quite at the level that would be considered as like light woods.
Okay, so it's just swamp.
Yeah, your
So rough
deployment
terrain.
area
Gotcha.
will be over here in the southeast. Where the red dot is.
No, I see. I just want to make a bit of a skit.
Oh boy. Hit it.
So it's not a skit. It's just as like what would Ainsley would actually say. So as Ainsley would look at the map, she would look at it in practically disgust at its simplicity. I'm sorry. Can I be the next designer for the next map? Because this is like, what is this?
As the GM who's making the map on the fly, that kind of hurts.
Ouch.
No,
Like the
no,
it's not this simple.
I mean,
like okay, so it's not.
It's not. It's not in your. It's not in. It's not a rock in your garden. It's a rock in.
No, that's the right phrase.
Yeah, it's a rock in the database of the maps.
Okay,
So
so
we assume that
It's-
it's a planned map.
it's not. It's also not this simple in all actuality. It does look like a normal like map. This is just me doing it on the fly.
No, I understand. It's just
They're
Innsmouth would
Okay.
they're
literally
clowning on
be like that.
they're clowning on whoever made the map itself in universe. It has nothing to do with your drawing abilities.
Yeah.
Just the fact that it's a valley in the middle, two big woods, and then a bunch of swampland. They're just like, come on, why would we pick a fight here? I think is what Cheers trying to get at.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which Kirku would probably say, well, we don't often get to pick our battlefields. Not the worst one I've had to deal with.
Giannis kind of scratches his chin. You know, kind of curious how would be. Well, very curious about this. When forgive me, but would we all be turning at the same time at one point, or
You're all okay. So the out of character, the implication is you are all going to be in the same training mission. You are all like
okay.
the forces arrayed against you is a full
Yeah.
star of enemy mechs. This is not a one at a time type deal. Nobody is
Yeah.
expecting you to take out.
Yeah, no, this is not. This is not like. This is not like Kirka. This is not Kirka's self-castigation time. This is training. This is we're all trying to see how we can do in less than optimal circumstances against an actual likely military force that we'll be up against as a unit. It's not. We're not each facing off 5 Jade Falcons. That would be ridiculous.
I mean, if they
Well,
were
it
all
is
light,
ridiculous, but- Go ahead.
I was about to say if they were all lights, Kirka could probably do it.
I mean, Kirka's done it before, and she trains against like as detailed in like post session stuff. She trains against like Star Colonel class like clan warriors, like the elite of the elite. Like she's used to getting her ass beat in these simulations, but that's not what we're doing here.
We are not trying to kill our electronic selves. We are trying to train them.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Well, Johannes was kind of curious. Well,
well then
in that-
Johannes
in
could
that
say
moment,
it. Johannes could say it out loud.
Yeah.
If Johannes
Alright,
is curious,
hold on,
Johannes
hold on.
could say it.
all right, I got you.
Yeah, damn it.
But if I may, right? So okay, so we all going to but hey, what about my crew? Would they also be? I know that they're going to do training on themselves, but yeah,
You have
I understand.
you've never been in these simulators, have you, Johannes?
No,
Okay,
I've
so
not.
so
No.
you are essentially controlling every crew member simultaneously.
Yeah, but in that thing,
Yes, in this thing,
uh,
there will be
uh,
there will be separate pedals for pushing. There will be separate pedals for driving. There will be a yoke to turn your turret. There will be buttons to simulate your electronics station, and there will be different triggers for your weapons. It's going to be simplified so that you can actually handle all of it. So you're not going to be expected to do all of the jobs at the same time as realistically as you would with your entire crew. It'll be closer to piloting a mech.
Yeah, but there's one thing.
Insui would interfere. Interfere. You are the tank. Just control it.
I understand, but I'm a little ashamed to. It's kind of cramped.
It's no more cramped than your usual like seating space in
If
the
if
Ratel.
anything, it's Kirka kind of looks into the pod and then looks at Johannes. You have more space in there than you do in the Ratel.
Oh,
Have
hold
you
on.
look into the pod? Look.
And just because it's brilliant timing, this is where Deanna's going to be getting into her assigned pod.
Uh-huh.
Johannes takes a peek. Oh, yes, it actually is. It actually is the spacious.
Yes.
Looks good.
So get in
So,
there. Get in
so
the
where do we
sim
go
pod.
in?
Get in the sim pod,
Oh.
Johannes.
Oh, okay. Oh.
It's at this.
Get in the robot, Shinji.
It
I just gotta laugh.
it's at this point that Pod 3, which was before this point closed, opens up, and you see Jet sitting there, going, "Are we getting this going yet?"
Oh. Well,
Apparently
I'll be
they wanted to play
damned.
20 questions. Johan would also Helmer, I'm sorry, would have probably also gotten into his pod a long time ago. But unlike Jet, is not going to open his door.
If you look closer into Jet's pod, you can see that he has like a thermos and a cup of coffee, and like it's you think he might have been in there for a bit.
Yurka's going to lean in a little bit. You're not supposed to have coffee in the...
Shh.
Insui would turn her head around. You say what?
I did not say anything. Get in the robot.
Alrighty, you all enter your respective pods and battle suit. Ainsley, as soon as you like get into the battle suit and close it up, it lifts off of the floor, and you kind of like you. It's that weird feeling of being moved, kind of just against your will, for a moment, and then it stops, and it feels normal-ish to you, and you can see in like the screen that would normally be clear is a like essentially a pretty accurate view of what you would expect a forested area to look like outside of the glass of your like helmet area. And yeah, so everybody loads in. Deanna, you are loaded into your Marauder loadout. And Kirka, in your pod, you hear. So I heard from Star Captain Mellis that you were thinking about claiming one of the assault mechs. When you do, let us know what it is and the loadout, and we can ensure that your simulator pod is programmed for that. Until then, you will be in your Timberwolf loadout.
If it's all the same to you, I was actually in the middle of setting up a experimental configuration for such a mech already. If you'd be willing to give me a couple more minutes, I will have it submitted.
Very well.
All right.
And for GM's note, what's this
I'm-
loadout?
No, actually, a different one. I'm looking at a pillager. I'm just about to get the card finished up. I was gonna take a screenshot of it real quick and send it over to you.
Yep.
Let's see, and a 3/5 is movement 1, or is it movement 2?
3/5 is movement 1. Yeah, 3/5 is movement 1.
Okay.
Because like movement is way nerfed in this.
That's kind of what I figured. The hardest part was honestly cracking all the armor and structure. Which, gotta say, the pillager, hilarious armor, as
Yeah.
a matter of fact.
But yeah, move 3 is 1 in Destiny.
And armor and structures divide by 3 round natural, I believe.
Yep. Yep, divide 3 round for both.
Yep. Yep.
And for torso armor, it's just the center.
Yep. I already got it. I'm doing this. I got this. Let's see, and then heat is divided by 3, right?
Heat?
Heat's divided by 5.
Heat's divided by 5. Okay, so heat
And I believe
dissipation-
it's always round up. Or no, that is round natural, because
yeah,
like
it's round.
1 and 2s are 0.
All right, so that's
you
gonna
know.
be so that's a heat containment total of 7 on this thing. The way I got it set up. And then for
I might have to redo my math then, because that was round natural.
No, it's round natural.
Mhm.
Round to the nearest hole.
then that is 1, 2, 3, 4.
And if memory serves, weapons you add a group together and then divide instead of doing the individual tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless the group only has like an individual weapon. Like if you have
yeah.
one weapon as your primary. But yeah, for the groups, it's you figure them all out at the same time.
It's been about a week since I did this for any of the Marauder variations, so it's just a good refresher for me too.
Okay, so that's going to be a and then your PPC is okay at all ranges. I want to say a Gauss rifle is -2. Okay, -2.
Sounds about right. That, I do believe, is in clan weapons.
There it is. Yep, they're clan weapons. Okay, and then okay, -2. -2, okay, -2. Yep. Oh.
Huh. It's weird. The UAC 2 is -2, okay, -2. But as soon as you go to the 5, it's only -2 in long.
Yeah.
Just a smaller version of the same weapon.
Well, even though the LB is different. That's got to be a typo.
Maybe, but you would have thought they would have caught that in this reprint because like for the LB, the 2 and the 5 are the same, and then the 10 and the 20 are okay in close range or in point blank.
You would think, but like the first printing had the heat for the direwolf wrong.
Yeah, it's fair.
Let's see, where the hell do I have these criticals?
Criticals in the legs are fun.
Yay! I mean, it's just Gauss ammo, so it's nothing too wild or crazy.
Ah, yes, the old tactic of just shoving the ammo in the legs.
Hmm?
There's only so many spaces in the torso, but that's where I would prefer it.
Well, I mean, Case still. That's actually one of the weird differences between this and like the Total War, because in tabletop, like the miniature game, Case doesn't affect anything in the limbs. However, in this, Case does, because there's a couple of clan mechs that have ammo in their arms that is still covered by Case.
I think Case is torso only for Inner Sphere.
Could have swore it was torso only for clan too, but either way.
No, all clan components are protected by case.
Huh.
Okay.
And I guess I read that wrong.
We're going to just save this as Villager MWD card. And then I'm just going to drop it in. I'll just drop it here if it's okay in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Find it in my list here. LMNOP. Villager MWD. Boom. A boom.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Looks good to me. I need to zoom in on this.
My logic was like, the thing that I decided to keep too was since we have the Pillager 3Z already, the only thing that I would really do different is, since we have a lot of constraints in the middle of the void, basically just replace the weapons that are already where they're gonna be in with like updated clan variants, and then replace the inner sphere double heatsinks with clan.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the actual bones of the mech and the XL engine are all inner sphere tech.
I mean, I would say that you've had access to enough clan tech salvage that you could probably get an engine refit for it as well. But yeah, that loadout works for me.
I mean, the only reason that hasn't been the case that I didn't go for that is just because that was something that narratively Big and I have kind of established that there's been difficulties getting an Plantech XL 300 engine.
Yeah,
because they're in relatively short supply in the inner sphere.
That and you guys keep coring mechs and blowing up.
Yeah, we keep blowing up the mechs that might have them, like the Mad Dog that we had air struck into oblivion. Because we actually did some looking into it for one of the between sessions, and the only clan mechs that would actually have an XL 300 in the inner sphere right now would be the Mad Dog and the Direwolf.
Yep. I thought you guys killed the Direwolf as well.
We ran away from two.
We ran away from a pair of them.
Oh yes, you did run away from
But
them.
no, we have not killed a dire wolf yet. Otherwise, you better believe Kirka would be driving a dire wolf.
That is
Mm.
entirely fair. Alrighty, so you
What
all
kind of crap in here?
you get the loadout submitted, and it takes a couple more minutes, and you are all loaded in to the simulation. Doot, 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 and doot. Make sure that took properly. Oh yeah, and I should probably rename that from Pack Rat. But yeah, so you are all loaded in. We're just using the default images for your hardware at the moment. And on sensors, Johannes, you see that there is a large group of heat signatures to the northwest in extreme range. From what your systems are telling you, they're probably about 2 kilometers out from you right now.
Okay. Always, I will immediately notify the others. Wait, I'm so sorry. Out of character. Can you please repeat again? Sorry.
Like, so you see a group, like a group of heat
There, go back.
signatures,
Yes.
and they are about 2 kilometers away from the group of you.
Alrighty, and as always, good and best way to the others.
Well, do your best.
At first, Johannes is a little uneasy, feeling knowing that he is by himself within his pod, but nevertheless, he does his best to type away at his dash. Sorry, at his what appears to be a side panel really quick. Brings up the others and say multiple signals northwest kilometers. Or getting off comms. And
Actually, Kirka's going to respond. Johannes,
yes, the commander.
okay, so for the purposes of training, we are staying mic hot.
Yes.
Now, remember the deal that Deanna made with you? That she has yet to cash in?
Yes.
Yes. Good, you do. That is
Yes.
back in effect.
Yes, I keep my words short. F.
Good. Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
move out. Proceed northwest. We're going to do what we can in order to close distance while still maintaining some sort of positional superiority over the signatures that Johannes just spotted. Any questions?
No questions. Looking at there.
Good. Ainsley, mount up. Ainsley, mount up on the Ratel.
F.
Oh, and it's the standard elemental loadout that you're in at the moment.
Yeah, I got it.
The token for you all should be player controllable now.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to move us kind of that away in formation. The first thing Kirka's going to notice is that this mech is a lot slower than the Timberwolf that she's been used to.
Yeah. So as you're moving up, it seems that actually, I'm going to put another token in. I'm going to change this one's color. That. And it seems that the group, Johannes, you see has split into two. There are 3 heat signatures that are entering long range, and you read them as 2 ice ferrets and a mist lynx. They are just getting into long range, and both Deanna and Kirka can see them on sensors as well. You haven't quite made visual confirmation yet, but your sensors are picking them up.
Sensors pick it up. This is picked up. The 3. Choice ferret. This links.
This is going to be a problem. Okay.
Switching displays. I see them. Ah, it's miserable.
I'm in a much slower mech than I'm used to. This is awful. Also, Johannes. So, slight revision. You can say more than 10 words, but if you prattle on, I will watch. But if you prattle on and get on my nerves like you did the last few times, not only are you going to work out with Deanna, you're going to work out with Deanna until I get tired of watching you work out with Deanna. Are we clear?
F.
Good.
Yes.
Keep your transmissions short, to the point, but informative.
And in this awful terrain, because of the movement penalties, like the Marauder is barely keeping up with the Pillager. Like
More
not
like barely outpacing.
Yeah, well, not helped by the fact that she's being a lot more careful about her steps, just because not as experienced.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Can I make something stupid, but I
Well,
wanna do it?
Do it. What are you doing?
So all of a sudden you all hear slight chewing. In the comms.
What the hell was that?
No, that's appropriate. What am I hearing?
Is someone eating?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just. I guess I'm biting my lips again. Sorry.
Please don't.
I'll try to restrain myself.
I am here to train.
Ainsley, if you keep chewing your lips, the same thing will apply to you.
F.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully, by this point, I'm going to say we've moved to about there.
That tracks. So we've got to about there. We've got to about there. You can see that the two ice ferrets and the mist lynx, you can actually start to kind of see them now, darting between the trees, moving a reasonable amount faster than the rest of you, as they are zippy quick boys. And they have now closed into medium range. And they are going to, well, you can all see on your sensors that their weapons are powering up and getting ready to fire, which will be the start of initiative.
Hooray!
Alrighty, Kirka.
Yep. Let's see if I can delete one of these mechs real quick. I'm gonna take aim at one of the ice ferrets first.
Oakley dokley.
And since we're already in medium range, there's no point in jumping, so I am going to just I'm just gonna smack the big red button and see what happens.
Oakley dokley. So just to be clear, the as far as shooting, the trees do count as light woods. It's just not impeding movement anymore than the swamp.
Okay, so got it. But the terrain does count as a -1 for shooting as well as the movement.
No.
Okay.
The terrain itself, like the swampiness, is just all that affects is movement.
Okay.
Yeah, the trees are essentially kind of blocking line of sight enough that it does add a -1, but they're not they're not an impediment on movement.
They're not an impediment on movement. They're an impediment on shooting, and the terrain is not an impediment on
shooting.
Shooting, it's an impediment on movement.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, this is good. This is good. I see why we're doing this as a player, not just as a character.
Aha.
Okay, so then I am going to go down my list. I'm going to fire my Gauss rifles first, and it's a -1 because of the terrain.
They're movement 4.
And they are movement 4, so it's going to be a -3 because of that. Jesus Christ.
Wouldn't they be movement 3 because of the terrain?
So the way terrain works is it adds to the movement cost.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it costs more to move. You don't move any slower.
Yeah, I had to deal with this. I had to deal with that last week, is why I'm a little bit more familiar with it. But having this distinction is actually very helpful. So as a total, it's a -4, so it's a +5. Yeah.
You hit.
Fuck yeah.
And which was this with again?
Oh, I'm sorry. This was the 2 Gauss rifles.
Ooh.
Okay. And that's a 9.
That hits the 9 for a total of 10 damage.
You remove a leg.
I am willing to bet I removed the ice ferret, or at least most of it.
You said it's 10 damage, right?
10 damage total, yeah.
Yeah, that actually just takes out the leg. Because it's 6 structure, or sorry, 6 armor, 4 structure.
Oh, okay.
So we'll say that was ice ferret number 1.
I'm going to shoot it while it's down, unless we need to do a bunch of calculations for it real quick.
Nope. Because you're basically hitting the big red button. Basically all your
Gotcha.
weapons are firing off in sequence. So all the damage will get resolved before the mech
Got it.
potentially falling over.
Got it. Okay, well then I guess this is my ERPPC. Blech, that's a miss.
Yep.
And then my 4 medium pulse lasers.
Ouch. So yeah. Well,
Fucking snake eyes out of the way.
yeah. So now it is a piloting check to avoid. Well, no, because it's gonna fall, regardless. It's a piloting check to avoid damage from the fall.
To avoid pilot damage.
Yeah. So they rolled a 14, and it's a normal difficulty check, which they passed. So they don't hurt themselves,
Hooray.
but the mech does take a punch hit to the 8, which is the torso. And a punch for one of those little guys is 2. Alrighty.
Poor Jade's dice be like, no energy, only railgun.
Trust me, I wish I could say that this is unusual. I'm surprised it took me this long to roll 2 snake eyes in a row, to be honest.
Yeah, that is fair. So who would like to go next?
I'll go for it.
Oakley Dokley.
And what did you say it was? An ice ferret?
2 ice ferrets and a mistlynx.
Yep.
All right, then she will take aim at. Yeah, fuck it, the other ice ferret.
Oakley Dokley.
And you said they're medium range?
Yep.
Okay, so 7, 6 for the terrain, 5, 4 for the speed. Where's the right page? Yeah. Okay, so the PPCs are +4.
You hit.
Holy shit!
Apparently, it's my turn to roll snake eyes.
Wow.
Alrighty, and location is the 9, so that's going to be once again the
10 damage to the leg.
left leg. I marked the wrong leg on the one, but we'll change it so the other one, it was the right leg that was hit rather than the left, because it doesn't really matter. It falls over anyway. Alrighty, your next weapon group that you're firing.
The next group is the autocannon slugs, and that will be at +2 because of the range. Ouch.
Nope, that would be a miss.
And that will be all for the moment.
Alrighty. So that leaves Johannes. They're in medium range.
Don't forget to do the fall.
Oh, yep. Yep. So piloting check to avoid hurting yourself. They make it. And then a punch to the 6. That is also the torso. Fancy that. So you both did the exact same amount of damage
Hell yeah.
to both of the ice ferrets.
To the exact same leg.
Yeah. Alrighty, Johannes.
Okay, so ice fair. The other ice ferret is still up.
Nope, both the
and,
ice ferrets are kind of on their backs at the moment.
Oh, then the backs.
Yeah, because they each had a leg blowed off and they fell over. The Mist Lynx is still on 2 feet, however.
Okay. Let's see. So, light. So we are in medium range, right?
You are from those 3 mechs. The other
Okay.
mechs, the other 2 mechs are in
Okay.
long range from you, and they're registering as a Mad Dog and a Warhawk. They seem to be moving in unison.
Okay, so since the Mistlink is within medium range, that means that it is within ECM, the effective ECM, since the spell's ECM is
Yeah.
at medium.
So the ECM, that basically just affects their sensors and stuff like that, so they can't use things like active probe and stuff like that. They can still target you.
Well, I'll let you use. Well, Johannes is going to go for as gonna try warfare. He's gonna try to mess with the Mislink's targeting by scrambling his by scrambling the Mislink's targeting us essentially by causing. Unfortunately, I had lost the turn, but he's going to mess with his dash, like do some
Okay, you're gonna.
hacking us.
Okay. This
Yeah.
will be a little bit more challenging. As you are trying to essentially hack into the AI of the simulator, kinda.
Sounds good.
So that will be a computer's roll.
Oh, well, hit.
You do not. You, as far as you can tell, you weren't successful. You weren't able to get into their systems.
Oof. Johannes balls his fist and slams on his on his armrest. Bam!
Be nice to the pod.
Yes, the commander. I still have more under my sleeve. Then Johannes goes for the AC5. Check. There we go.
Okay, so its movement rating is 4. Keep that in mind.
Oh, but Johannes is gonna stay within medium range to the fire.
Yeah, that's entirely doable. I'm just letting you know because it does matter as far as targeting.
Okay.
Because I do believe the Rattel's movement is 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it sounds about right. So you would have a -1 because of the movement difference.
So my yeah yeah forgive me if I'm gonna be repeating multiple times at this part, but so essentially the differences only apply whenever I'm targeting, right?
Yes, anytime you're targeting in mech scale combat, you have to take into consideration the difference in speed between yourself and your target. And that will apply as either a positive or a negative depending on your speed. If you're faster than them, you get a bonus. If you're slower than them, you get a negative.
Okay, so what I understand, my normal rolls are 2d6 plus 7, but because it's -1, since this link is faster than Tell,
Yep.
that'll be 2d6 plus.
Well,
6.
you also have
Right.
any bonuses due to your bonus
Oh,
due
the
to your
EC.
targeting computer and stuff like
Targeting
that. Like
computer.
take a like any bonuses in the weapon line, those also apply to your attack.
Right, that's
So at medium range for your AC, as far as I know, you should have a +1 in that range bracket because of your targeting computer.
yep, +1.
Yep. So it would be your skill rating of 7, +1 for that, -1 for the speed difference, -1.
7.
Hold on, -1
Okay.
because of the light woods between.
Right. The marine.
Yes.
Altogether, that is 6.
Sounds
Okay.
about right.
Alrighty.
You hit.
Oh.
And this was with the autocannon.
Yes.
So roll 2d6 for hit location.
Okay.
That is the 4, which we are looking at the right arm. And how much damage does that do?
And damage. Oh wait. So it's a roll for damage.
No, you don't roll for damage. Right next to the
Okay.
weapon, there's a number under the damage.
You're rolling for location.
Yeah, you rolled
Not
for
how
location.
much damage,
Yeah.
where the damage is.
Yeah. So we know where the damage is going. I'm asking you how much damage it's doing.
Oh, which weapon did he just use?
The autocannon.
You whack 5. So it's a 2. So it's a 2.
Yeah, 2 plus. Yeah.
2 plus M. So you need to do 1d6. You need to do 1d6.
Okay.
So
The goal is to roll a 1 or a 2.
There we go.
Okay, so you do not get the extra damage. So you've rolled a 2, so you're dealing 2 damage to a location.
Yeah.
Now you roll 2 more d6 in order to do, unless
No, because he already rolled the location for the first.
4 is the location.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 4 was the location.
Okay.
But yeah, he deleted the right arm off of Mistlinks with the autocannon.
Hooray.
Bang.
Are you firing any of your other weapons? Because I do believe your medium lasers can fire as well. Or I do believe you also have medium lasers on your tank also.
Yes,
Raquel
I do.
had medium pulse lasers, right? And those are in
Yep.
range.
2 medium pulse laser. Okay. And
So
this is going to fire the 2 medium pulse laser.
So it'll be 2d6 plus 7, plus the bonus in the range bracket for your weapon.
Okay. I'm actually doing my best out of character, just I'm also writing the equation down for questions.
Yep, not a problem.
Okay. 7, and then you said the bonus. That is 2. It's kind of cut off from the next part. It says, "Oh no, that's too small." So
Well, yeah. So I was hoping that you would have transferred that over to your character sheet.
yeah, that's about in that part. But
So
just a medium 2. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're just going by what's in there, yeah, I would definitely like you to transfer that over to your sheet. It will make things a lot easier in the future. It's actually +3 in medium range. Or no, sorry, no. +1 in medium range.
+1 in medium, because he's got a targeting computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So it'll be 7 plus
36
1
plus 7 plus 1. That's targeting.
-1 for speed. -1 for terrain.
Six.
Yes.
So 6 century. I got this right. And
You hit. So now I
now I hit.
need 2d6.
for location.
Yep. And that's the 9. I think that's a leg. Yeah, that's the left leg. And you are doing. Go back to that. That's the 2 medium pulse. 5 damage to the left leg. Well, you delete the left leg, and 1 damage transfers up to the torso. And that is the last weapon that you can fire. So they now will need to make a piloting test, which they pass. And take a punch. Oh, okay. So that removes. Hold on. It might not remove the all of the armor from the torso. Mislinks. Punch damage is 1. Nope, they still have 1 armor left on their torso. However, it is not a crit because they rolled snake eyes for location. That was close to being bad for them. Well, it was still bad for them, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, they merely got leg. They could have gotten completely obliterated.
Yeah.
It's in that ice ferret is very lucky that it didn't.
So Ainsley, you they are all in medium range. I don't know if you have any weapons that can fire at this range. Well, maybe the SRM.
Aren't yeah, the SRMs.
You would need to jump off in order to fire them.
I would then jump off the Rattel.
Okay. And who are you firing at?
I kind of zoned out. Because I'm trying not to fall asleep. Who's the most damaged one?
Well, the one that is the most beat up is the Mist Lynx. Because it's missing an arm, a leg, and only has 1 torso armor left.
Then I'm going to shoot at the second bit up one.
Okay, so the 2 ice ferrets. So the 2 ice ferrets have some damage to the torso, and they're missing a leg. The Mist Lynx has a bunch of damage to the torso. It's missing its right arm and its left leg.
Then I'm missing. Then the missing.
Okay, so you're gonna fire at the Mist Lynx.
Okay. How much is the disadvantage?
Okay, so you are rolling 2d6 plus your skill modifier. Then
9.
there's the speed. So you are movement 2, correct?
Yes.
So you're going to have a -2.
Whoops. Actually, we could go off of this.
Well,
and
you're
then add
in
the
the
bonus.
Okay. So your skill?
Yes, 9.
Yeah. So the skill, your any bonuses your weapons, bonuses or minuses your weapons may have. So at medium range, your SRMs, I do believe, are -2.
Oh yeah. So
-2 for that.
7.
-2 for speed, because their movement 4, your movement 2.
5.
-1 for terrain.
4.
Well, basically -1 for cover, because it's like
So 8 plus 4 is 12.
and you hit.
Hmm.
Uh,
And where do I hit?
yeah. So 2d6. Oh, hold on. Before you do that, you need to roll a d6. Well, we'll take the 7 for the first one.
I rolled 2d6.
No, roll me one more d6. Is what I'm
Okay.
asking, because you. Okay, so that doesn't matter, because your SRM2s are 1 plus M, so you need to figure out the M technically before the hit location.
Oh.
That's what the extra d6 was for, because if you rolled a 1, 2, or a 3, you would be able to do an extra damage.
Hmm. Sadly.
So you do 1 damage to the 7, which is the torso. You strip the last bit of armor off of the torso of that map. Already. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think that my razor can shoot at it, but no, it
Here, let me.
can't.
No,
It
it
can't.
can't.
Sadly.
Alrighty, so it is now Helmer.
Okay. Let's see. The Mist Lynx and the Ice Ferrets are out of commission, basically. How far away are the heavier mechs? Are they in long, or
Yeah,
are they
they're
still out in extreme?
they're basically just in long range.
Okay. Johan is going to signal the Mad Dog for one-on-one combat.
Yeah, he gets
Since,
an AI voice responding back to him.
which he's probably going to cringe at, but he will roll with it. So he is going to proceed to jump and then alpha strike at the Mad Dog with his summoner.
Hopefully.
So then, let's see, they have the same movement, so there's no alterations that need to be made there. -1 +1. So if I am understanding correctly, then he's still rolling at his standard.
Because yeah, there's no speed difference. The terrain is basically being counteracted by the jump, and there's no bonuses for the weapon, like no targeting computer or anything like that. Yeah, that tracks.
Okay, so cool. So then first things first, I'll do the PPC. That's going to be at a -2 for the range.
It hits.
If you responded,
It,
it
oh
didn't
no,
go
I
through.
did say it hit. Sorry.
Okay, it just didn't come through, so I just wanted to wait a little bit.
Yep.
All right, so that's going to be 5 damage to the 3, the right arm.
That will probably take its right arm off. 5 damage to the 3? Nope. It's not going to take its arm off. It did strip all the armor off the right arm.
It should go.
5 damage to Mad Dog's right
Oh
arm.
no, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Yep. Okay, just strip that off. All right, cool. And then the LBX-10, he's going to fire a slug round. That's at a -4 actually. So that's Not likely to hit, but we'll see.
It hit. Oh no, it doesn't hit.
Okay.
So yeah, it kind of splashes into the ground at the Mad Dog's feet.
Surat. And then the missiles.
Fires the
Sorry.
missiles. And those hit.
Okay. And let me roll a d6 to determine the damage. He does get 2 extra damage out of it.
Nice.
So that's going to be two damage clusters.
Yep.
The first one is to the torso.
2 damage to the torso. Okay.
And the second is also to the torso.
Alrighty.
So that's half the damage off. So that's half the armor on the torso right there.
It is. Alrighty, so Jet at this point starts to kind of move a little bit away from the group towards the forested area to the north, and kind of fires some pot shots back towards the Warhawk to attempt to get its attention. It's at this point that the opponents get to act. The ice ferret, the first one, is going to. They do believe they can still. Nah, I'm gonna say that they're not gonna stand because they're missing a leg, and that would be rather difficult in all actuality. To stand up from. But they are going to try and just drag themselves to the north a little bit, staying inside of the cover of the light forested area. And so this is Ice Ferret number 1, and they are going to fire their ERPPC at you, Kirka.
Okay.
So 7, 6, 5.
And then what are the penalties, if any, that I got to deal that I have to my check here?
There are none.
Okay, sick.
Yeah, so you get your full piloting. And they miss. And then they're going to try and attempt to fire their streak 2. Boop. And it's probably not even going to fire off. Boop. Oh yeah, it doesn't even fire off.
Awesome.
The Ice Ferret number 2 is going to do much the same thing, except targeting Deanna. So the PPC first. Hits. And that's going to be to the 5. Which is the right leg. You are going to take 5 damage. As a ball of blue energy / plasma strikes at your leg. And they're also going.
Alright.
Sorry.
Oh, just acknowledging.
And they're also going to attempt to fire off their streak 2s at you. And once again, probably not going to be successful. Nope. Okay, yeah. So their streaks don't even fire. The Mist Lynx kind of starts to crawl a little bit to the south, and is going to aim at Johannes. It's like... Okay, so it just has its LRM 10 that it can fire. Okay. So, Johannes, a piloting check
Yes.
from you. Okay, they managed to hit with their LRM 10. Do they get any extra damage? They do not. So you are going to take 1 damage to the 6, which for you, the 6 is the right side. And you know what? I'm gonna get you to roll me this. Roll 2d6, please. Okay. So you were lucky, and it didn't damage. It didn't manage to damage your tracks.
Okay. So, so the damage was to the
Right
it was
side.
6.
1
Right
damage
side.
to the right side.
Gotcha.
Alrighty. So the Mad Dog is now going to open fire at Helmer. And they're actually going to move forward a little bit, which will be enough to get them into... no, they're just outside of medium range now. So they're going to first start with their 2 large pulse lasers. And
Okay.
so 7, 6, 5. Helmer's movement is 3, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But he did jump this turn, so I don't know if there's any penalties.
There is.
I think okay.
Yeah, I've
That's
already...
the only. That's the only thing that would need to be calculated.
Yeah, I already calculated that in, because it's basically just
Fantastic.
an additional -1.
Yes. All right.
So that's that. And okay. So the large pulse lasers miss.
Shocking. Okay.
And then they're going to fire their pair of LRM 20s as well. Which is probably also going to miss. Oh, yes, that missed. The only thing that would not make it miss is helmet rolling snake eyes.
Which Helmer is not me, so
Yeah. Alrighty. So they fired off their weapons. The Warhawk is gonna kind of respond to Jet's fire and start taking some pot shots at him, I do believe. Let me just... Warhawk. Yep. They're gonna fire their a pair of their PPCs and their LRM 10s over at him, and there seems to be some fire exchanging, and some like minor hits on either side. Nothing to write home about. Kirka.
okay. It's party time again. I'm gonna see if I can finish off at least one of these mechs. So I'm gonna say that we kind of traverse forward a little bit,
Mhm.
unless someone specifically wants to split off. And then I guess I'll just keep targeting my current ice ferret for now, but declare that if it's destroyed, I'll devote damage to the other ice ferret.
Yep.
if I still have remaining weapons after if I manage to destroy it. So we're just gonna go right down the list. First things first, do the Gauss rifles, and are we just doing the like 2d6 check or
No, because they technically still can attempt to pilot out of the way because they're not immobile.
okay?
Their speed is technically 1 because they're crawling.
Okay. So that actually makes our speed the same.
Eh?
Okay. So there's no penalties for that, but there is a penalty for movement. And we are in medium range still, yeah?
Yep.
So it should just be the -1, right?
For
If I'm understanding correctly.
For cover.
Okay. That's happy news for me.
Well, other
then
than
we
any minuses your weapon may have at range, but I think you're
right.
okay in this
At medium
bracket.
range, no. Everything's okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go with the Gauss rifles first then. A chow.
Oh, they hit.
And
And
location. Oh, so
that
that spills into the torso.
Yep,
10 damage.
Yep, that's 10 damage to an ice ferret's torso. Ooh, okay, so roll to see if you get a crit.
Sure. I was about to say it's tanky, but I know I punched through the armor. No joy.
No joy. Yeah, it's hurting. 100%.
Okay, that's fine. PPC's next. Or I'm sorry, singular PPC. A chow. Bad roll.
Oh, I've been rolling pretty bad myself. Oh, no, that one didn't hit.
That's okay. And then pulse lasers. A chow.
Those ones didn't hit.
Whack.
Alrighty. Deanna.
My god, just put me in a fucking crucible and get it over with 4 Gauss rifles.
Wait, what are you looking at?
I was just making a joke about just put me in a crucible with 4 Gauss rifles, since that's the only weapon that seems to fucking hit right now.
Oh, well, above and beyond, just kind of schlucking around in the gross and the yuck, she's gonna try to finish off that ice ferret. Does it take any, or did the penalties change because it's, flat on its ass?
It's movement 1. So you, I do believe, would get a +2 for movement. Or
Plus one. It's only a 2. And still medium?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, so if I'm doing the math right, it should be 7 for the skill, 6 for the terrain, 7 for speed.
Sounds about right. You hit.
Which is 10 to the 6. Torso.
And roll me 2d6 to see if you get a crit. No joy.
Yeah, denied. Well, with it so beat up, she's going to switch to cluster ammo, which unfortunately does mean a little bit of grumbling on comms while she's fumbling for the switch. And that is instead at +5.
It's a miss.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna throw an edge to reroll that 1.
That's fair.
Damn it. Yeah, probably still a miss.
Yep. That takes it from a 10 to an 11.
Oh well, I tried.
Yeah, good effort.
And since we're in
Actually, I'm not gonna let you get away with just grumbling either, since I've been getting after Carbon to do those things in character. I want to hear what Deanna would be grumbling about. I don't want to slack on character opportunities.
part of it would be unintelligible. The rest would be ammo selector. Ammo selector. No, zoom. There.
Okay. Nothing for Kirka to work with, so. But she will note that.
And fuck it, we're in a pretty advantaged position. We're also going to launch the lasers.
Oakley dokley.
Freaking lasers!
They hit?
Really? Nice. Which is 5 to the torso.
Okay, so how does this look? Because you pour out that mech.
Well, as she's walking around in the mud, she sees this thing on the ground, lobs a set of PPCs at it that just slam. You said it was on its back?
Yep.
They just slam into the space between the arm and the torso. The attempt of an autocannon just kind of sprays everywhere, which, like I said, came like 2 seconds later. And then just in an act of annoyed defiance, she fires off the lasers as well, which managed to find that same spot and bore through right into the engine, causing just a gout of flame to shoot out, or plasma. I think it's plasma that does the generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just a gout of plasma shoots out of it as the engine loses containment.
Nice.
Nice shot.
I am genuinely surprised.
Rule number 1 of being a Mechwarrior: no hit is a surprise.
Alrighty, Johannes.
Okay, so Hannes is thinking to himself right now. Wait, hold on. It's bastard. And now he's clenching the armrest and pretty much within his moment of anger, punches his teeth because he knows that if he starts to starts to speak aloud, that he could potentially get himself into some trouble. So he moves up a little closer. I would say. Well, if that's it is correct. Got a little place of point.
So, from where you were in short range before Kirka moved the dot, you could move forward towards where the mist lynx is and be in short range. You have enough movement to cover that distance.
Yes, I'll be. Yes, so. Johannes with a quick dialing of its dash and a movement of his control sticks, he moves the forward to short range of the slings and prepares to fire all available weapons. So, starting off, we're gonna do the. Just off the bat, we're gonna do medium pulse lasers first.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at the equations. 7. Targeting. But then -1.
No.
To range.
Hold on. So
Oh, okay.
the speed changes because they're on their well, the speed has changed. So they're now effectively movement 1. So you have a +2 when it comes to speed. As far as your range bracket with that specific weapon, you get a +3. So, and then a -1 for cover.
You said a -1 for cover.
Yeah, because it's light woods.
Six, 7, 7, 8, 10. That's 12. And then cover set 11.
Yeah.
2d6 plus 11?
Yep.
Okay. 11. Here you go.
You hit. And that was with the medium pulse lasers. So now your hit location. That is 2d5, which is going to be the right leg. Okay, so that blows up the leg. And
Hey,
1 damage transfers over to the torso. Roll another 2d6, please.
okay.
No crit. It's not quite dead, but it is immobile at this point. So its movement is effectively 0.
Yeah.
Well, it will be 0 at the end of
Oh.
this turn. You still have more shots.
Yes. Johannes then fist pumps in satisfaction and takes quick aim of this AC5s and open fire. So 5 short range. Okay. So
well, short range is +1.
A +1.
And then movement will be +2. So you're going to get a +3 to the roll from all. Yeah, you're going to get a +3 to the roll from all that, and a -1 for the woods.
Okay, so +3 overall. And then -1 because of cover. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So 26 plus 7, 8, 9, 10. -1, that's 9. 36 plus 9.
Mhm.
Alrighty. $17.
You hit. And now,
Sure.
first, roll 1d6.
Okay. Oh. That does
Okay.
6.
So now I just need you to roll 1 hit location for me.
Okay, so that's 2d6.
Yeah.
Yep. That's 5.
So that's 2 damage to the 5, which is going to be the right leg, which is going to transfer up to the torso. Which, Okay, how does this look? Because you have cored out this mist lynx.
So all of the damage from. So I just want to do this absolutely right. So the left leg was got well.
You blew up.
Right leg. What?
Yeah, you
I blew up
basically
the right leg.
last turn you blew
Yes.
up the left leg. This turn
Okay.
you blew
I
up the
remember
right
left
leg.
got- yep.
Then you just did more damage to the right leg, which then
To
automatically
the torso.
transferred to the torso because there is no more right leg.
Okay. So how this turns out. So after Johannes had successfully he's at his controls. He fires. So in the heat of the moment, grits his teeth. He sees the roaring pulses of his medium pulse lasers on camera. Right now, yelling at the top. He's not necessarily yelling at the top of his lungs. He's just kind of yells under his breath. And right after, when he sees that there was enough damage done towards the right leg, slams a button on his right armrest and fires the AC round. Right as soon as when it hits, a bright flash occurs, which causes Johannes to kind of cover his eyes a bit. But essentially, what happened is the right leg of the mist lynx begin to explode. Metal chunk starts to break off. Does start a chain reaction, which one can see multiple explosions travel upwards towards the torso, and then finally, like a flower, blooms until. But instead, it's like the chest just opens up, shrapnel flies everywhere, massive explosion, and so designates that the mech was destroyed as it slumps back and essentially it's incapacitated. Johannes lowers his arms, and then breaks both of his legs like yes, yes, and starts what's the word he starts cursing it in his native tongue to relieve his frustration. Damn you! Yes, yes. Woo-hoo!
Johannes,
Oh my goodness! Oh, sorry. Target destroyed.
good
This
shot.
slings down. And that is what happened.
Alrighty. Ainsley.
Ainsley dropped a message about 10, 15 minutes ago in the chat that they are out of commission. Probably asleep. They were starting to pass out about a half hour ago.
Okay. I'll just say they hop back on the Ratel and are chilling on the Ratel for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, then it goes on to Helmer.
Okay. Helmer's going to continue his duel with the Mad Dog. And so we're gonna rinse and repeat.
Alrighty.
Okay. Yep, there it is. Have a good night, Chair.
Yep, sleep well.
Alright. So now we're gonna Actually, can I have another icon for Helmer?
Sure. Give me a second. We'll make this one that color. Oop.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Let me make
so-
it controllable.
So he's going to start splitting off a little bit. I presume this red dot up here are the heavier ones?
Yep.
Okay. So in that case, yeah. Helmer is going to start splitting off a little bit, trying to take advantage of his movement a little bit to extend. Actually, no, I don't want to do it. I want to move him over here-ish.
Yeah, that's not
I don't know
about right.
why. I don't know why I decided to draw a fancy little trapezoid, but I don't know if anyone else can see that. But
It's fine. It's fine.
okay. But the
It's
idea with that lateral movement is basically for. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but anyway, the idea is Helmer wants to start closing with the Mad Dog, so he's trying to get into something resembling medium range with it.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'll say that that'll probably get you into the medium range with their movement last turn and your movement this turn, or Helmer's movement this turn.
Yeah, as is the Jade Falcon way. So he is going to, with that in mind. Okay. He's going to once again do a jumpy jump and do a shooty shoot. So we're going to start with the ERPPC.
Mm-hmm.
That should cancel out the movement modifier. Now he's in okay range for everything. So this is going to be his full +9. Kaboom.
It hits.
Okay. So that's 5 damage to the 11 is the left arm, I think. Yep, sure is. Helmer strikes again.
Fixing it.
He's doing it again.
Kicking butt.
Let's remove
Yeah,
all of
kicking
the
both
armor.
sides. Kicking both
It's kicking ass.
kicking both cheeks before actually doing something productive.
Coming in clutch.
Please don't clutch on the foot. That makes it worse for both parties. So he's going to fire a cluster again, since he's still in medium range a slug for the LBX 10.
Ye-
That's actually going to be a 7 because he's still in that range.
It hits.
Sick. 4 damage to the 4, which is the torso. We F. No, right arm.
Well, that blows off the right arm.
Sick.
And 1 damage goes to the torso.
Goes to the torso, which has 3 armor pips left. Sick. All right. Now for the missiles. Pew pew.
That Mad Dog is pretty close to biting somebody's kneecaps off. So that's what, 2 limbs gone now? 3?
Only
No,
one.
just one. He hit the other one.
There's no armor on the other arm.
Yeah, the other arm is all structure and no armor, but that Mad Dog's not biting anyone just yet.
Sorry, so that was a hit.
Sick. All right. Missile? No missile. 2 damage?
No, that's a
To the
missile.
5. Oh, you're right. Shit. Okay, so
And you need to roll 1 more d6 for your location.
okay, 2 damage to the 4, which just got blown off. So I think that goes to the torso,
Yep. 2 damage to the torso. Okay. And then your
and then
other...
3 damage goes to the torso.
Okay. Roll to see for crit.
Rolling for crit. No crit. But very badly hurt Mad Dog.
Yeah. Does Helmer have any other weapons? that they're going to
Summoner
fire?
does not. Summoners only have 3.
Ah,
At least Summoners Prime do.
alrighty.
am Summoner Prime. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Alrighty, so Jet is continuing to move northwards and engage with the Warhawk, basically waiting for you all to get finished with the rest of your targets. Because he wasn't ordered to go in for the kill, so he's just doing his normal. I'm gonna keep some of them distracted for a little bit. Tactics. The ice ferret, though, that is still alive, is going to try and fire its PPC at you, Kira.
Fine. You.
It misses. And then it's also going to attempt its streak 2 at you. And
It's you.
the streak 2 doesn't even fire.
Yuck.
So it is now the Mad Dog, who is currently annoyed with Helmer. They are actually just going to fire their 2 LRM-20 racks. And they're going to move a little bit closer as well, moving a little bit ahead of the Warhawk. But they are in medium range still, so that's going to be that. And 5. And you.
Okay.
It hits.
Ouch.
I'm kind of surprised. 1 extra damage. And then no extra damage. So hit location the first is going to be 8 to the 8, which is the torso.
Okay, that makes that easy. There's 1 pip of armor left on the torso.
And then to the 10, which is 1 damage to the left arm.
Oh, hooray.
And yeah, Warhawk and Jet are still kind of firing at each other. Kirka.
I hate things on the ground. I hate things that are just laying there on the ground, and I can't fucking shoot them because for whatever reason I just keep fucking missing. This just keeps being a thing. Gauss rifles.
Gauss rifles hit.
On the 9, which is the left leg, which spills into the torso, which means it goes into the which spills into the torso, which means there's only 1 pip of health left on the ice ferret. So I just drastically overkilled the thing by
Very
sending
much
2
so.
gigantic basketballs worth of iron straight up the thing's hooch. It's dead. Fuck you. This is like the 20th turn in a row that I've immobilized the mech without killing it.
I can feel Kirika's frustration.
No,
God
this is,
damn you!
no, this is not Kirka. This is Sabrina, the player. This is Jade. Just fuck.
Yeah, I would assume Kirka would be a little bit more composed about it.
Yeah. I mean, probably a little bit more than probably just like a little sort of thing. But yeah, no, it's just my dice. It's just my dice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
Alrighty. Deanna. Or, well, you are. I was about to say, Kirka, you are in long range from the other two mechs, and you do have more weapons.
I won't interfere with Helmer's honor duel with the AI Mad Dog. I'll let him have his pride. But I will radio to Jet asking if Jet would like some assistance with the Warhawk.
Jet responds with, I'm okay over here. If you want, I can go in for the kill. I was keeping him busy until you all were done playing with the little fish.
The little fish decided they wanted to be played with a little longer than we were anticipating. So go ahead.
Very well. So yeah, Deanna.
And that was open comms?
Yep. All comms are open.
Then yeah, she's gonna just knock the throttle back to nothing, or probably more like a wander, and just let it cool down a little bit because it is spicy on the sensors right now.
Yeah, I can imagine. Alrighty, Johannes. Are you gonna throttle back as well, or are you gonna forge on ahead and be bold?
No, Johannes quickly pings Kirika as
All
he-
all comms are open. There's no pinging.
okay.
Unless you want to get dressed down by Kirka.
Hold on 1 second. Choke you on the date.
Congratulations.
No, give me.
Giggity, giggity.
I don't know why I'm laughing. I'll be right back. Hold on. I really apologize for that. Should have
Nope,
some
that's okay.
water.
That's okay. You said
so
a date
yes.
initially.
So yeah, so Johannes gets on comms. Some Dark Commander suggesting on what mech to hit next. Do you need
Go on.
assistance?
No,
No,
no one needs assistance. I just asked Jet for some. Jet's good. Don't interfere with Helmer unless you want to be torn a new asshole. Thank you.
Nope, I will stick back. Provide ECM coverage. Oh, and then Johannes kind of stays quiet because he knows if he speaks anymore, he's gonna have to do some training. So he's kind of in a panic right now because he knows this is a simulation, but he's trying to treat it like real life. But then at the same time, he's like, he didn't really say anything productive, so he's
Right.
stuck.
Right.
You know, he's sweating bullets right now. Johannes pulls back and gets into cover. So, where is he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
So
assuming
here-
you're like basically with the group,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah. So
Like, you're a little bit ahead, but-
he's with the he's with the group, but he decides to get into cover and just sits tight.
Alrighty, it would be Johan now. Senor Helmer.
Can we just play the can I just play that Mad Dog's basically dead card and just say we're done with this?
Yeah, I guess we could go with that. I was kind of planning on doing that with Warhawk anyway.
Exactly.
So how does Helmer kill this mad dog?
He goes for one last jump up into the air, lines up his PPC, and just smashes the thing through the CT.
Nice.
Mhm.
Short.
Nice and simple.
Yeah. Shortly after that happens, you can kind of see where Jet's mech is, and you can start to see the Warhawk in the distance. It's just basically getting into like fairly clear visual range. And you see a pair of brilliant blue streaks of light released from Jet's arms and connect with where the head on that Warhawk should be. Essentially melting into it and kind of through the cowling on the top of the mech type deal. Just creating a glowing hole as the screens in front of all of you kind of go to black, and you see the mission stats in front of you. And at this point, the technician's voice comes over the comms. Looks like the simulation is complete. Star Commander Kirka, I will leave the post-training debrief to you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's get out of these pods and have a conversation in some fresh air.
Before Jet opens his pod, he's like, fresh?
You know what I mean. Not stinky sweat air.
As everyone gets out, all you guys can hear was like a little thump as Johannes bumped his head as he's trying to hurry himself out. the doors open from the pod, and he quickly just hops out of the pod and removes his helmet and wipes his brow.
You gotta, Johannes, you have to open the door before you try to exit the pod.
Yes,
I am unsure if you knew.
I was just trying to get out too. I was very hot. Damn it, Scheiße! Johannes covers his mouth, and he knows that he's still in. He feels right for some reason that he's still in the session. Oh no, I'm sorry that he's still in the mission even though he had exited out because there's still the debrief. So he's kind of like, shit. I gotta keep. I think that was more than 10. And Johannes just stays quiet right there. He's wiping his brow right now with the cloth.
Just please, you make me nervous. Anyway, gather around. Let's talk about what happened. All in all, I'll just kind of wait a moment for everyone to kind of get in close. No need to be shouting across the entire simulation room. Actually, let's just say there's like a little cul-de-sac, like a little room, like a little classroom or something like that off to the side.
Yeah, it tracks.
So let's just get in there. All in all, pretty well done. Nothing too wild or extraordinary of note here. Before I go too deep into specific critiques, how did everyone feel that they did? I will go first. I am rather disappointed with my accuracy today. That ice fair should have been eliminated immediately, and instead, it's managed to flail around on the ground a lot longer than it should have. Granted, it was my first time with that mech, but still, mildly embarrassing.
I am annoyed that the drilling I've been doing is not as complete as I had hoped.
How so?
In the heat of the moment, I lost track of the munition switch.
That is fair, but recall, you've only been training on this Marauder for how long now? About 2 months? And have only done not even 2 months. This was only your second session with me. And I know you have done a couple more with Samantha. That being said, my point is you're still very early into your cross training. These sorts of mistakes are understandable, if frustrating, and you did still find it, which is better than most mech warriors only a couple of weeks into their training. Be a little easier on yourself. You are able to shoot well, and when you do find your switches, you are able to do the mission. It's just fine tuning.
Like, visibly, that doesn't seem to change her spirits at all, but she does at least nod.
Kirka wouldn't expect anything less. Johannes, how did you feel? And since you seem to be struggling for words, we're outside of the mission, so yes, permission to speak freely is granted.
Oh. But honestly thought that I could do better.
In what way?
My targeting, I'm afraid that without, I admit, without my comrades surrounded, not quite, how to put this, felt the same. I noticed that, and this is just my admission, I think I might have been much in my head with my previous being brave, a hero. It's a little tough to explain. I know this is not appropriate way to discuss, but
No, this is the place. This is the time. The sooner we come to understand and recognize these issues, the sooner we can start working on them. We have 6 weeks until what will probably be the most difficult assault of your life. If
it
you're
is
not
indeed.
feeling up for it, this is the time to start admitting that.
I admit that without my comrades around, I feel uneasy when it comes to pressing. I need to be stronger with this.
Kirko glanced at Deanna a little bit. Would you say that you feel powerless?
No,
As though
yes.
as though you're in over your head. You are back in the Sibco, and you have been handed a test that you did not realize you were taking today. That sort of feeling?
Yes, I believe this is a moment where I face my crossroads, and I must. I'm going to have to make some changes to Star Commander. I know I'm not the most vocal or the most productive
Kirka
in my speech,
tries.
but
Kirka stifles. Kirka's mouth twitches when hearing him say that he's not the most vocal. And Johannes could swear for just a moment that it sounds like Kirka clears your throat a little bit. But doesn't interrupt.
maybe I do need some training, but not in the same extreme matter as would thought if I would have spoken more than 10 words. I want to do things. I want to continue to do the right things. But I need help in analyzing what is that I need to work with. I have trouble.
What are you having difficulty with specifically? The fact that you are commanding a tank?
No, it's. I think I would do best if I were actually in the Rattel. It's just my own. Just my own stuff. That's
At least you recognize it as such. Unfortunately, this is the nature of how we train.
And it's at this point that Jet speaks up. Pardon me for speaking out of turn, Star Commander.
Hmm.
However, Johannes, in order to be
Yes.
able to effectively command your crew, you need to know the inner workings of your tank completely. You need to know their job at the same time that they know their job, as well as being able to know and do your job. That's part of what this training is for. At least
Yes, but
based
but this
on
is a. Forgive me if I interrupt, but this is. I am taking command of a tank.
yes.
Johannes kind of stands up from his chair and is doing his best in his moment to express himself right now. Uh, forgive forgive me. It's just I need to train with my comrades. I need to learn from
and
one another and
and there will be time for you to train with your crew. However, before you can command your crew, you need to know how that tank works. You need to know more about that tank than they know. You might not be doing all of the jobs in actual combat, but you need to know how all of those jobs are done to make sure that you are effectively commanding your crew.
If you do not know what each station is and is not capable of, you could end up giving impossible commands. They are right. The fundamentals must come before the advanced.
I do. I will agree. Like I said, it's just my stubbornness. Like I admit that as much as I like systems and education, I understand. I
Do you?
I will not argue. Yes. Then Johannes kind of turns to Kirika and looks at her eyes with a firm nod. Yes, I do.
Then what are we doing here? Specifically, no. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Brain. Johannes kind of just gives a straightforward answer, but something else he had inside of him, but he just couldn't. He just couldn't say it. Is the real reason why he just
Kirka's
says
smart
that.
enough. Kirka's smart enough to know better. No shit. Why are you here?
Johannes looks up towards Erica, straight eyes, and not looking too happy. He's like a sweat bead running down his right temple to his cheek. It Star Commander, I sincerely do not. My reason, I
Why are you here? Kirka's not having it. Johannes can. In fact, most everyone in the room is going to see that at this moment, Kirka's face is flat and her eyes are cold. She's locked on to Johannes right now.
In the silence, you can hear a thermos being unscrewed as Jet's pouring himself some more coffee. Otherwise, keeping
All right.
silent.
I've lost. I've I- I've I've lost a lot. I've I'll be very humble about this. I don't. The main reason why I am here because I feel that it is my duty, my time, essentially, to do better for myself, for Iron Badger. If not for them, I want to give back. I just want to do better for this team, and
Do you?
yes,
Then
I
why
do.
do you resist at every turn any possible opportunity that someone gives you to actually improve upon yourself? Why is it that when we come into a situation in which we have to use simulator pods, which you have never used before, your first issue is to complain about their size, and then to proceed after to complain about how you feel helpless without your crew around in order to somehow galvanize you into doing what it is you need to do? Why is it that when you are told that the purpose of you being here is to improve upon your ability to command the vehicle that we have acquired for you to do your job for this star, for this team. That the only thing that you can do and see fit to complain about is the fact that there aren't other people doing those jobs instead. I do not believe you, Technician Johannes. I do not know what you are here for, but you are not here to recontribute to Iron Badger. At least not in the manner in which you claim. I need you to be honest with me, and I need you to be honest with yourself. Otherwise, we are wasting time. So tell me again, why are you here?
Pirates. I want. No. Who? No. The location of those pirates. Those individuals who raided my raided my.
Jericho's going to step back and just kind of disengage for a moment as Johannes continues. But keep going. I didn't want to interrupt.
I want to know what is the name of the pirate band that had attacked my family's ship long ago. And essentially get back at them for what they've done.
Is that all why you're here? Revenge? Let me tell you something about revenge and loss, since that seems to be what you are hung up on. Everyone in this room has experienced at least as tragic of a loss as you. I was a child, a toddler, when my parents and my entire Sibco were taken away from me. I was raised by strangers. For all I know, I never knew my parents. And everyone in that other Sibco made sure that I knew it every day of my life until I graduated. Star Commander Deanna has lost her entire being at this point. She was a race star, an up-and-coming prominent member of Clan Wolf, the most powerful of the clans. Before she had her arms severed by a large laser during combat, found herself trapped on a garrison, and then taken bondswoman by us, made Abtaka by us. And the more she learns about who we are, the more she has come to question who she is. Ainsley has lost her entire family twice. Not only was she raided by pirates when she was young in the same manner as you, those same pirates abandoned her. She was taken in later by some random mercs for the next 10 years or so of her life.
Bluetooth connected.
And then, the first moment that they ran into trouble, they left her for dead. Trouble for them just happened to be us, so we took her in. I am not as familiar with Jet's or with Helmer's stories, but I'm sure their stories ring very similar. And let me tell you about my quest for revenge. Before you were attached to this star, we had a night of leave on some planet in Lyran space, the name of which I can't even remember at this point. We were accosted by members of by former members of the Rasalhagian military, specifically the first tier. At this point, Kirka would pull out the bloodied first tier patch that she had taken off of the man that she had encountered on that way back in that first session. She's kept that patch in her pocket ever since. This patch and the man it belonged to is the only thing that I can rightfully claim as having been my revenge. The perpetrator that actually committed the bombing that destroyed my Sibco died years ago. The actual ringleaders of the first tier became the highest government officials of the Rasselhag Free Republic. And all I have is a slit throat and a bloody patch from one of the grunts. She puts the patch back in her pocket. Revenge is empty and meaningless.
And it's at this point Jet speaks up again. And if you want to talk revenge, the greatest deserved revenge. And at this point, he kind of looks over at Deanna and kind of glances at Helmer and is like, and just to the two of them, my apologies for saying this. But the greatest revenge to be sought, if it were, would be us against the clans for what they had done to us, for the betrayal that was done to our ancestors. We can't live for revenge. Otherwise, there will be no more of us. Do you want to be a warrior? That is the question at hand. And then he goes back to sipping his coffee.
You were bouncing in and out there, and
You were
Okay. So to the TLDR of it, basically he mentions that the greatest deserved revenge would be against the clans as a whole for the betrayal of Clan Wolverine. And if that's what Iron Badger was about, they wouldn't be around because they would have already essentially lost a losing battle.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's followed by him asking Johannes directly, do you want to be a warrior?
He said,
Do you want to be a warrior?
Do you want to be a warrior?
yes. And there's also a reason why too. Then Johannes kind of goes, he turns his head to Kiriga.
Her eyes are narrowed.
I know this may be hard to believe at this point, but I feel that the Iron Badgers have given me a second chance. I didn't had much. I had to scratch around. And the Iron Badgers found me and have given me a second chance. This group is like second family to me. Yeah, and I've been wanting to wait to say this for a long time for the right moment, but I just wanted to tell you the truth. That is also a part of the main reason why I am here as well. I will not fail anyone. I will not fail myself. But whatever it takes, I will do. And if you excuse me, Stark Commander, I would like to take, because I feel that I've said the truth. And Johannes is appearing very frustrated at that moment. Feels a little lost, a little out of it at the moment, and his hands is balled up into fists, and he's kind of looking down, trying to control himself at that moment.
Why are you angry?
Because I am frustrated at myself for not being strong, for not being strong, but not being tough, strong as you or many other individuals. And I wish I had that. I sincerely do. Not in reasons perhaps that you may think about, but I wish I had. And Johannes kind of looks to the side, chuckles a bit, and just holding his arms.
You
My
do
apologies.
realize we do not see a coward when we look at you, Johannes. You know what we see?
You said for me not to be a hero, and I do my best not to. But the
And
main
yet,
reason why I do is because I do care. I care. I care for this group, and I want to do my best. That is the main reason why I push myself even beyond what it is that I can do, because I feel that I can do it. Not just for my own personal reason, but because I want to do. I want to do greatness for this team. If not for Iron Badger, I would be stuck where I was in the past. You told me not to call this our group as team, but sometimes I do, because I consider everyone as such. And pardon me if I use that word, because I've been wanting to say it for a long time. This is my new team. This is my new family. Forgive me, but I must go. I must go. And Johannes walks straight for the door and looks back for a moment, and he steps out of the room. But if anyone wants to know, he's heading to his quarters.
that's where we assumed he was going.
Was there anything else, Star Commander?
Egg. This is going to be a fun one to explain to Star Captain Melis. One training session, and our tank commander had a nervous breakdown.
Well, here's hoping he can pull himself together.
The great irony is, we tell him not to be a hero because he overextends himself and breaks down trying to overextend himself.
Irony has nothing to do with it. He has all of the ears of a Rattel's turret.
I didn't catch that.
Irony has nothing to do with it. He has all the ears of the Rattel's gun turret. Unless that was in character.
Yeah, that was in character.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Never mind. The man is not a warrior. The moment he stops playing at that and acknowledges the fact that he is where he is because of his skill set, the sooner we will have to stop dealing with these headaches.
Or, on the flip side, he could actually buckle down and become a warrior. There is that potential.
There is.
He
I am not going to deny that there is that potential. However, I have been working on him for months in order for him to see his part in the greater whole. Thus far, he does not. And if these continued training sessions do not elucidate him as to what that is, then we may need to find a different commander for the Rattel. Or, most likely, I would probably designate someone else that actually has experience commanding the tank to command the Rattel. And he can simply run the tech. That was my proposed backup.
I mean, if what Star Captain, well, if what I suspect awaits us, yeah, that sounds like it would probably be a sufficient backup plan. Ugh. Well, this is one of those days where I'm gonna go crack into the mead early.
Mm.
I will take my leave as well.
By all means. Deanna, you are free to go as well. I know there's I'm sure you have a lot to work through with everything, especially given, you know.
It is worse than you know, by the way. I nearly did have a blood name.
Hmm.
Medics would not clear me to participate. I was still healing from my arm. We went back to Stranomecti in 3051 to elect the new Ilkhan. And one of the Linsons had perished in the initial waves.
You're right, that is worse than I thought. At this point, Kirka's kind of looking off to the side in thought.
I knew the risk. Budding would have taken even longer.
Even so, though, knowing that you are that close to greatness and then having it being stripped away from you in that way, especially given what I know of how the legacy works in the clans, that is heart-wrenching for me. I can't even imagine how you felt when you got the news.
Or let us say that it is a help at the time that Sibco focuses so heavily on emotional control for elementals.
Hmm.
Which I wish Johannes would understand. Like, I visited him in Medbay. He asked me how to have this kind of control and discipline. I told him that what worked for me would not, because he cannot be beaten every time he gets emotional from the ages of 5 till his trial of position.
Yeah. And honestly, that does not really teach control, unfortunately, only suppression. It's not like I can't it's not like I haven't had my
And
fair share.
I'm glad that he has not experienced the pain. I'm glad that all of you have not experienced the pain of your Trothkin dying one by one. And each time it does, told that the clan is stronger for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be actually like diametrically opposed to the way that the Iron Badgers look at it.
I thought Jed had left.
Oh no, he had. This is me as the GM.
Oh, this is you as the GM?
Yeah.
Okay.
My apologies.
I was like, wait a second.
I'm like, where do you come from?
After that, she kind of just sits there, lost in her own little world for a little bit.
Erica's gonna come up and slightly out of in something that up until recently would have been out of character, kind of put an arm around Deanna, not and like kind of like a side embrace, even though honestly, since Deanna's so large, it's more like just kind of hugging her arm. Honestly, out of everyone in this star, no one has lost more than you. And as much as I think you needed to see everything that I gave you on that data chip, I can't help but feel incredibly responsible for how things have been. Even though I felt it was my duty as an Iron Badger and as a descendant of the Wolverines to give you that information as Ataka to our clan, the amount of psychological distress that it has caused you is beyond the pale. And so she'll let go of her arm and step forward in a awkward attempt at performing the necessary in an awkward way. What's the exact wording here? Or at least okay. She'll step forward and clasp her hands slightly. I would like to offer Surkai for the emotional distress and erosion of your well-being that I have inflicted on you by giving you this information that has been haunting you for the past couple of weeks.
Your offer is appreciated.
And I think that makes a really good and poignant stopping point. I'm gonna say for all three of you, mark down that for next session you get one extra plot point.
Right.
Because the RP at the end of this session was fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, that was intense.
It was intense.
That was awesome.
I feel like the dam broke a little bit.
Oh yeah, yo. It's kind of like Johannes always wanted to say that, but just like it's like one of those moments IRL where like, okay, there's someone that that basically he's been wanting to say something like that for a long time, but because truth be told, he's not always comfortable around Erika. Like he
Well,
kind
I
of
wonder why.
like
She's
So-
intimidating,
so what
and
happened-
most of their interactions don't end well for him.
so it's kind of like instead of him like blowing up on her or anything like that, like he holds him, he basically like holds himself together and then just focuses all his frustration and anger on himself, and then it ends up breaking the dam, and just like he just spills the beans essentially, and he's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna like leave the room. Like he's really fed up right now.
Well, and I
I
mean,
know. And yeah, and that's the thing. Kirka knows. She can smell it a mile away. Like she knows exactly what's going on. She's pushing his buttons. She's trying to
Like-
get a rise out of him because she knows that that's a confrontation that needs to happen. That's why she keeps calling him out.
and that's also
Yeah,
that's also why I had Jet speak up when he did, because then that gives you somebody else that you could potentially direct that at and get that out. Because yeah, it's like obvious that like it's clear Johannes is kind of intimidated by Kirka, understandably.
Yes.
yeah, that honestly, one of the like this will definitely be one of my many favorite sessions. Like Oh my goodness! Like I've haven't had an RP like that in I don't know how long when it came to like actually doing like voice RP. Oh my goodness! Like man, I was really feeling it. Yo, that was really good. That like
It
honestly.
was a
Oh
good
my goodness.
it was a good role play, although admittedly, I as a player feel a little blueballed by the fact that Johannes just like stormed off
Oh
rather
yeah.
than like just finally just saying fuck it and just trying to have it out with Kirka.
I
'Cause-
yeah, but you know what's but admittedly as a player myself, like I felt like that would have been well, okay, I'll be truthful. I felt like that would have been expected at that point. So I got something cooking. I'm just but I totally understand how you feel though. And I think without saying much that there's definitely like there's gonna be something very good coming out of this. I think there's some you're oh yeah I think you're gonna like what's to come.
I mean,
Because right now guess what, right? Yeah,
uh
everyone's on the ship. No one's gonna be landing on any planet soon, and Johannes has to get back to has to get back to training. So oh yeah, there's
Yeah, he's gonna have to learn to deal with the simulators.
yeah, he's gonna have to learn. He's gonna have to learn to deal with the simulators. He's gonna have to learn to deal with the fact that he needs to learn the ins and outs of the
yeah.
Rattel on his own and be able to handle them by himself.
I can also see, since Johannes verbally affirmed that he wants to be a warrior, him and Kirka come like having more verbal disagreements as you know the
Nice locked on.
the
Big
whole
electric
like
shock. You know, in between.
well like now that you've
Yeah.
stated that you want to be a warrior, the expectations of you are going to be the higher basically.
Yeah, because honestly, Kirka wanted Johannes to say no because deep down she does not think he wants to. She thinks she thinks he's a glory hound. So Johannes is really going to need to work uphill in order to convince Kirka that he deserves to be breathing the same oxygen as her, let alone be on her star. Yeah, like that conversation only hurt Johannes with Kirka. Because how she interpreted it is he cracked under pressure. He got pissy when called out. He didn't offer any actual solutions. He admitted that he's incapable and unwilling to push himself to meet the requirements at hand, but still somehow wants to be a warrior. Because he wants to give back to Iron Badger. She does not believe a fucking word that came out of his mouth. Aside from what she already knows from his file. So he's got a lot of work to do to try and make that up for her. And given how he's been doing it, I don't know how he's going to do it. I'll be curious to see. But at this point, I don't know if Johannes has what it takes. Just as a character. You as a player, I'm sure you could